Let's build a minimal e-commerce website using Next.js, and here's what we're gonna make. For example, at the beginning, you see the homepage. It's a very minimal website. We'll have categorization here. Okay, then we can see the products here perfectly. If you just click any of these, for example, the first one, you see the product details. You will have features, return policy, and all of this stuff. Okay, so you can change the image by clicking any of this. So all of these are demo image. Okay, so for example, if you want to just choose a color variant, you can just do that perfectly for the borders. So for example, I choose white, then I choose a XL size, and you can just add the quantity here. So this is working perfectly, and after then you can just click this add to cart. Okay, so right now just look here. If you now click here, the cart is now 1 and your product is here. You can see your product is here. Okay, perfect. Now let me back to the home page and I will add another product, for example this bag. Okay, and again you can choose the colors, for example these colors, or you can just choose any of the color here. You can increase the quantity. Okay, then now if I add to cart again, you can see the quantity is increased, and here all the listed product here, you can increase it from here or decrease it here. Okay, and now if you want to proceed checkout, just click this button or simply clear the cart. So I will proceed the checkout, and here so we have the same functionality. You can just increase or decrease any of it. Okay, so right now when you have this, you can just proceed payment. Okay, so for doing this, simply click here, then it will redirect to a Stripe for the payment, and you can see the summary here. And right now you will have to provide your email address. For example, let me define my email address. So something like this. Will provide the card information here, future date, then some information, and provide your name, then finally just pay here. So if you just pay right now, it's in processing and your order will be completed. Okay, it takes a few seconds to complete the whole process. Okay, you can see your payment is successful. Okay, so this is very minimal website, and I actually want to focus on a small amount of feature for a e-commerce website so that you can just get confident. And this project is completely for beginners who are new to Next.js, can just go with this tutorial. Okay, now let's start building our project. So for doing that, what we'll have to do at the beginning, we need to open a project folder, and here we'll create a new folder. So for example, let me define a folder like e-commerce using Next.js. Okay, something like this. You can just rename your folder anything. After then you will open a code editor. I will choose Visual Studio Code and simply drag this folder and drop it here. Okay, so right now your project is empty. We don't have any files and folders here. Okay, so what next? Actually we need to set up a Next.js project. So for doing that, what you will do, we will take a new tab, simply search Next.js, and then at the beginning you will have the official website nextjs.org, and here we found a command. We'll have to simply copy this command back to your Visual Studio Code, then open the terminal. So here you will paste the command. Okay, so we just commanding npx create next app at latest. That means we are going to create a latest Next.js app. Okay, so after then you will simply press enter. It will ask for your project name. We have already our project name, so that's why we can just skip this process. We'll have to define a dot here to skip this process and then press enter. Then we'll have three options. The first one is for quick start, and when you choose the first one, it will install TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, app router with Next.js. Okay, so this is the default setting, but we don't go with this. We will customize our project so that we can get better output. As we are a developer, we will just need our own preference. So that's why you can use your down arrow key and just move to the last options. So no, customize setting. So that means we have the flexibility what technology we are gonna choose for this project. Okay, so that's why when we're in 3, we'll simply press enter. Then it will ask for you, would you like to use TypeScript? You can just make yes or no from just clicking your left and right arrow key. I would like to use TypeScript for this project, so we'll keep it yes here. Then press enter. And for linting, we will use ESLint. Okay, so keep ESLint here. Then React compiler, yes, it's nowadays very important to use to compile your React code, so that's why we'll keep React compiler here. So yes is here. Then Tailwind CSS, obviously I love Tailwind CSS. Then SR directory help you to organize your projects, so that's why you can keep SR directory. Keep SR directory here. Then app router is recommended, so we must have to use it. Then import alias, we don't need to customize it, so keep no here. And now your project is building, and at the same time let me maybe some okay, so it's completed. Let me wait to finish this installation process. Okay, it's done. You can see some files and folders here, and it's actually based on Next.js configurations. You can see this is the TypeScript configuration file. Then you will have package.json file. Here you will see all the dependencies you are just using. We're using Next.js 16. We have React 19, and this is actually dev dependency. Okay, after then we'll have next.config.ts file. If you need any customization to your Next.js project, then you can do it here. After then we'll have git ignore, ESLint configuration file, and others stuff. And here the main thing is that inside this src we'll have page.tsx. so this is the main file or entry file to your app. For example, if you run your projects, so let me run my projects. So here I will clear the terminal, then command npm run dev. Okay, so using this command you can run your project on localhost 3000 port. Okay, so you can simply copy this url or press ctrl and click here to open it on your default browser. You can see this. So this is your Next.js project, and this design is came from this page.tsx, okay, under this app folder. Okay, so here if you need any customization, for example, I will simply replace I will simply select everything and remove. So this is right now clean. Here we will write a React function functional component. Okay, so for example, let me define const, and it will be a function something like this arrow function, and from here we'll return something like this. We'll have to return a div, and this div say this is home page. Okay, and right now after doing that we'll have to export default it. So export default the home page, and right now if you back to here you will see this is home page. That means so this is your entry files to work with Next.js under this app folder. Okay, so then we'll see we're working perfectly. And now what we can do that. So for example, in this projects we'll have a Navbar and a small feature. How to design this type of Navbar? Okay, so for designing this type of Navbar, you will have actually customized your layout.txt file. Okay, here all the children are rendering here. You can just customize here. For example, if you need a default Navbar, you can just say Navbar. Okay, and say this is Navbar. And if you need footer after the children, you can just define footer here. So right now you have a Navbar, your content here, and your footer is here. For example, if you're back here, you can see this is your Navbar, this is footer. Okay, after then for example, you need some pages. Here you will have different pages. If you need about page, how we can do that? Okay, so for doing this, Next.js actually follow the convention, file naming convention, and that is if you need any route, you can just create a new folder. For example, inside this app you can just create a new folder. The folder name is about, and inside this folder if you just define a page.tsx, that means it will convert to a route. Okay, then here we'll have to define a React functional component. For example, const about, and we'll simply make a about page, return about page, and we'll have to export default it. Okay, so right now we just define a routes, and here we'll have, for example, if you just hit this about page, about route actually, and if you press enter, you can see it changed. When you are on route, you will see home page, and when you are on about, you will see about page. So by following this way, you can just create a Next.js projects and customize your projects. Okay, so now we'll have to make our Navbar. Okay, so it will look like something, okay, like this. So how you can make this type of Navbar? So let me show you. For example, to do that, inside this src, we will actually create a component folder. Okay, so let me create a new folder. This will be components. Okay, so here we'll keep all our reusable components in this folder, and inside it actually we need a header. Okay, header.tsx. Okay, so now we'll have to create a React functionable component. So rfc, I'm using a shortcut to create a React functional component, and this shortcut is made by actually extension, that is actually so es7. So extension, I am using this extension, and by using this extension actually, if you just install that extension, you can just simply type rfce React functional component, and your component will be made okay, without writing manual code. Okay, so here what you will do at the beginning, as we have our navbar here, we need to define some actual interface. We are using TypeScript, so that's why it's important. For example, we can have interface, so, and then we'll have a name, for example nav item. Okay, so what you will need to define for nav items, we'll have actually level and href. So we'll have two things, level will be string and href will be obviously string. After then we'll have another interface. Okay, we can have another interface, that is actually header props. Okay, we'll have header props interface, and inside these we will have few things. For example, at the beginning we will have brand. Okay, so brand will be optional, and it will be React node. Okay, React node. Let me import React at the beginning. So what you will do, import React from React, and we will need to import React node, React node de node. Let me import it. Okay, so this is the thing. After then what we will do, and here actually we can have use a semicolon. So okay, to separate them. After then we'll have brand href, that will be a string. Okay, then we'll have nav items. So this will be nav items, so it's all the nav items. We'll keep it optional, and then we'll call our this interface. Okay, it will be an array, so that's why it's a array of nav item. Okay, after then we'll have show cart options. So you can see here you need to show the cart. Okay, so that's why we need to just make a options to keep this show cart. Okay, we'll say show cart, cart cart, and it will be either true or false. If it's actually true, then it will open this cart options. If you just keep it by default, it will be false. Okay, so after defining all of these props and interface, or next actually we need to pass the props from here. Okay, so here what we will do, we will simply call brand, brand, and this brand will be, for example, it will be our website name. So let me define, it will be our website name. So that is actually Acme store, store store. Okay, and here we will have our header props. Okay, to get suggestion we will just define header props. Now we can just do this way. Okay, so first one is actually Acme store, then we will just make it comma separated, then we will have brand step. So brand, brand brand step. So this will be our root So that's why only forward slash, then we need to define nav items. So our nav items will be an array of objects. So that's why here we will simply define an array of objects. So our array contains the items we have here. For example, home, about, so terms and conditions, shippings, policy, and etc. Okay, so something like this, we will have to make objects here. So the first level, the first one is actually, let me start with a step. A step will be, so for this root we will have forward slash, and then we will have actually level, level. So level will be, for example, we don't have equal sign here, we'll have clone, we'll have level is actually, for example, home. Okay, so by following this way, so this is the first one. Then we'll have the others. For example, we'll have another object here, we'll have a step. A step will be, for example, about, then we'll have level about, and we'll make all of this stuff. Sorry, here we'll have a step that is actually, for example, terms terms, then we'll have label terms. After, then we'll have another comma, then we can have a policy. Okay, so we can have something like this. After, then it's up to you how many you will just define it. For example, let me keep another one that is actually a step. We can just keep contact here, something like this. Okay, we'll have all of this stuff like this way. And finally, after completing this, we'll have show cart. We'll make it by default row. Okay, so after, then here inside this function, our header function, we will have to define some use state. Okay, so when you can see, when you are on mobile device, you will have something like this. So that's why to toggle the mobile menu here, we will simply define a use state. We will have const, we'll have a use state, and we will simply say by default it will be false. And here we'll have mobile, mobile menu open, and set, let me copy it. So this is a setter function, we'll paste it here and say this is actually set mobile menu open. Okay, so when you are using use state hook, you must have to keep it actually use client at the top of these applications. Okay, so here after, then what you will have, we need to define cart options. So we'll have const, we'll have cart open and set cart open. So by default it will be false. Then I think it's fine. Now we need to add the toggler. So that's why you can simply say const handle nav click, click, and here what we will do, it will be a function, and simply say we'll have a set mobile menu open, it will be false. Okay, so right now we are going to make the designing section. So what we'll do here, we'll take an empty fragment, and inside it we'll have a header. Okay, so we'll have a header. So let me define, we'll have header header, and inside this we will simply take a new div. We'll just define some styling on this div. We'll say this div will have, for example, max w 7xl. Then we can say it will be mx auto to make it on center. Then we will have flex, then we'll have item center, justify between px4 on a small device, px6. Then we will say on large device we'll have px8. Okay, and finally I think it's okay. If you just visit your website, you cannot see anything because we didn't use it. So how you can use it, go to this layout.tsx, and here instead of this nav, you can simply just call your header, SEA so it's imported from component folder, and let me close it. So right now you can see you have nothing here. So if you go to your home page, you will see nothing because we don't have any content here. If you just write something like this HEADER, then it will be visible. Look, the header is here. Okay, so fine. So now we'll have to style this. How we can style it? For example, inside this div we need to import a link from next link, and we will just provide our brand name here. So that is actually our brand name will came from this brand, so that's why we'll use these props here. And let me define a step, and it will be our brand step. So okay, so it will be our brand step. Right now if you see, it's actually Acme store. So this text is coming from here. You can see we just define it here, and our link step will be forward slash. That means when we just click here, it will redirect to the home page. Okay, so for example, if you just go to about page and click here, it will redirect to the home page. Okay, so fine. Let me do some styling here. So for doing this, we will write Tailwind CSS classes. Here we can have text Excel font bold, and we'll apply some text color that will be gray 900. Okay, gray 900. Fine. So it's much better right now. We can see it's something like this. Let me see. Okay, so it's fine, but this is actually not visible. How you can make it visible? We will just target this header, and we'll simply define some colors. Here we'll have busy white, and we'll define 80% of the opacity, and right now we can see it's something like this. Okay, so after doing that, here to make it more engaging, what you can do here, we can simply define width. So W will be full. Then we can say we'll have some border bottom, border bottom. We can just define the border bottom color. So border gray 200. It's okay. Then we will define some backdrop. So blur. So backdrop. If you need to define some blur, you can just say backdrop blur, and BL, your blur will be a small size. Okay, and right now you can see here you will have something like this. Okay, but it's actually not much fine. We need mass height. That's why you will target this div and say a height. Here we can simply say is 16. Okay, so this is the height. Okay, perfect. But still you can see here is the amazing feature. So right now if you just scroll your website, you can see something like this. Okay, so that's why you can simply make this header sticky. Okay, we can simply make it sticky, and we'll say it will just from top 0, and we'll add a z indexing z50. Okay, perfect. And after doing that, what next? Actually, I think we'll have something like this. It's actually perfect. Then what we will do, we need to just render our nav item something like this. Okay, so to do that, how you can just make more amazing thing. Here we'll have a curly braces, we'll call nav items, we'll check length, and if length is greater than 0, and we'll apply a end operator here, and simply will render. Okay, so that's why we'll call nav. Inside this nav we'll have to map our nav items. Okay, so that's why here we'll call our nav items, then we'll map it to get all the nav items one by one, and here every time we'll get an item, simply call it, we'll have parentheses, and inside this we will take link. Okay, this link will just render item level. Okay, item dot level, and we need to define a strip here. A strip will be item dot href. Okay, something like this. Now if you just check your website, you will see an error. This is actually say it's need to have to pass a key props. So let me pass this key props immediately to the children. Here we'll have key. Okay, key, and this key will be for example item href. Okay, item dot href, something like this. And right now you have no error, but your item is here. Look, your item is here. We need to make some styling on it. So how you can do that? In this link, actually we can add some class name. Let me define some class name. Here we'll have text sm size, then medium, font medium, text gray 600, text gray 600. Then we will have transition on color, transition on colors. And when someone actually hover, we will have text gray 900. Okay, something like this. Now you can see we'll have something like this. We'll have something like this. If you hover, we'll have this. We need some spacing. So how we can just define this spacing? So for doing that, actually here on this div, on this nav, actually we'll make it by default. It will be hidden on a small device, and on on a mobile device it will be hidden. On a small device it will be flex, and we'll just define some gap of 6. And right now we can see mask gap is here. Okay, so it's something much better right now, but we need to just make it more engaging and more something better. So to do this, look, it's actually not working better. How you can just improve it? I'll go back to the layout, and here you can see we'll have body, we'll have header here. We'll simply cut this. We'll simply cut this. We'll take a div, and inside this we'll paste it. Okay, and here on this div we can simply add some styling. We'll just simply say this will be flex. We'll just define a minimum screen size. So minimum screen size, and we'll define this will be flex column, and we'll say this will some background color busy white. And right now if you back here, you will see something like this. It's much better to see right now. And on the children actually we'll take a main tag, and inside this we'll paste the children, and we'll have some class name here. We'll say it will be flex1. Okay, so that means flex1 means it will take the enough space among this header and footer. It will just take the mass space it need. Okay, and right now it's perfect. You can see you are on home page, you are on text page. Okay, something like this, and you can simply say this will be text gray, for example 600. Right now this is the default text color. Okay, so much better right now. You can just toggle all of this stuff, but our design is not complete yet. We'll have to make this card, then we need to make it mobile responsive. So for doing this, what you will do, come back to this header, and here after these curly braces, what you will do, you will take a div, and here we need to show our card. So that's why here we'll have show card, and we'll simply take a button, butt button, and this button will just render a icon. So for this icon we need to use React icons. So go to React icons. Okay, here's this is the website. At first we'll need to install it, so that's why let me install it. We'll have this command npm install react icons -- save. We'll open our terminal. Let me take a new terminal, and here we'll install this. And after this installing, how to use it, you will have to use by following this way. Okay, so we are going to use something like this cart icon. So we can simply search cart and you will have all of this cart, but I need to use, for example, um, for example A5. That means okay, I'm just using a special icons that is actually A5. Let me search it here. We can just give that the icons. So A5 shopping, shopping, shopping cart. Okay, so it will be this icon. Okay, I just need this icon, and here what you will say, here we can simply define a class name. So we can have w6 is 6. Okay, so right now if you back to your website, you will have this cart icon. Okay, so after then we need to styling it. So that's why here on this button we will have class name, and we will say, for example, we'll have this is relative, then we'll have padding 2, we'll have text gray 600, hover text gray 900, then transition on colors. Okay, transition on colors, perfect. And right now you will have something like this. The next thing is that what you will do, look here we need to define a one click. Okay, so we'll have on click, and now we'll just call a callback function, and we'll call set cart open, and we'll just make it true. Okay, we'll just make it true, perfect. And after then look, we need to just add quantity. For example, when you just add a product, in new you need to just increase the cart. Okay, so that's why here after these icons we will have something like this. We can have, for example, we need to have cart, let me, this is right now hard coded, we'll have to do. Okay, to do, and here we'll say cart count. We'll calculate that cart count later, but for now we can simply define that is actually cart count, and we will simply say right now it's actually, for example, 3. Okay, something like this. And based on this cart count, if this cart count is greater than 0, what we will say, here we need to display it. So that's why here what we'll do, something, we will just take a span, and inside this span we'll pass our cart count, and we'll have something like this type of styling. And right now you can see we'll have this type of thing. We need to define the black color. So as it's a black, we'll have black color here. So right now we can see we will have the cart amount here, and this cart count will came from the calculations, but right now we don't have. So that's why we'll simply say this is our cart count. Okay, the next thing is that we need to just make our mobile menu. Okay, so when you are on a small device, this is actually perfect, almost perfect. Look, it's actually almost perfect, but here we'll have more things to do. For example, we'll have this type of toggle icon. Okay, so how you can make this type of toggle icon, we will just show you right now. Okay, so for doing that, after these curly braces, we will just call another curly braces and say this is actually for mobile menu. We can add a comments here. So we can simply say mobile menu PUTTUN button, and for this actually here what we will do, we'll have nav items dot length is greater than 0, and here we'll have a parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we'll take a button BUTTUN button, and inside this button we will just take a curly braces. We say mobile menu open. If it's open, we'll conditionally say we need an icon that is actually fi x icon. So let me import it. Otherwise we can just use self closing here. Otherwise we'll have another icon that is actually fi menu. Okay, fi menu menu. Okay, let me self close it. So right now we'll have something like this. Look, right now here we'll have this. Look, we'll have this icon. So we need to toggle it. So that's why here on this button we need to define one click here, on click, and we will simply define a callback function and say this will be set mobile menu open, and we will simply toggle it by mobile menu open. Okay, so right now if you see, if you click, look, it's actually toggling. We need to just define the size, so that's why we'll target both of these. Okay, sorry, one thing. Oh my god, what's let me target this first one. We'll have class name and we'll have w6 h6. We'll have another class name here. The same thing, we will just define w6 h6. Okay, perfect. After then if you back here, you can see something like this, but we need to define the styling mask pager. So that's why here we'll have class name. We'll say this will be hidden on mobile device, one larger device. So SM will be hidden. Okay, SM will be hidden. And finally what we will do, look, here we'll have this div. We will just target this div and say this will be by default flex, and we'll have item center, and we'll define some gap of 4. Okay, right now we can see it's mask gap here. So after doing that, we need to toggle the menu items, something like this. Okay, so how to toggle the menu item? So to make that type of menu item, it's much easy. If you have knowledge, then you can easily make this. After this div here, we need to make our menu items. So that's why what we'll do, we'll have call mobile menu open, and if it's open, and then we'll check our nav items. We will just check the length of it is greater than 0, and here we'll design our mobile menu. Okay, so that's why we'll take a div, and inside this div we'll have, inside this nav we have curly braces. We'll just call our nav items chart map, and here we'll have item. We can say something like this. We'll have something like this L link here. We'll pass item dot label. Then here we need to define a step. We'll have item dot a step, and we need to define key props. The key props will be item dot a step. Okay, perfect. And right now here you can see, if you click, you will have all of these menus. Okay, if you click, you will have all of these menus. So we need to styling this. So how you can do that? To styling this, you can simply target this div. Let me define a class name and say this will be by default border top. Then we'll have border color, border gray 200. Then we'll have bz white. We'll have on a small device, it will be hidden. Perfect. And then on this nav, we'll have to make it flex. We'll have by default flex call, and we'll have gap of 4. We'll have px4 and py4. Okay, that means we can simply say if it's px4 py4, that means p4. Okay, perfect. And right now if you back here, you will have all of this stuff. Look, we have home, about, terms, policy, contact. Okay, so that's perfect. And the last thing is that when you have to click here, when you have to, let me click here, it will open this type of model from the sidebar. Okay, that is actually called card sidebar. Okay, so how to design this type of card sidebar? Okay, so after doing that, let me close this header, and after this, actually here we'll have to just define it. We will simply call show card, and here we'll have to define a component that will be our card. Okay, so right now we don't have card, so that's why we can simply take a div and say card sidebar. Okay, something like this. Look, now if you now just click here, it's not happening. So you can see it's actually not happening. We'll have to customize this process. Okay, so how you can just customize this? To customize this, actually here we'll go inside it. Then where is our cart? Here is show cart, and right now you can see actually we are just make it by default true. So as it's true, it will just show there. And let me check here, it will be cart open false. Okay, so let me check perfectly. When someone click, okay, set cart open true. Okay, so here the thing is that what you will do, let me design that. So we need to define another components here, that is actually cart sidebar. Okay, so sidebar dot tsx rfc reactor functional component, and right now here we will use that. Okay, so cart sidebar will import it. So you can see it's imported from here. And right now after defining this, here we need to pass some props. So is open, and that is actually cart open, the value of cart open. Then we can have on close, and we'll say this will be a callback function, and this callback function says set cart open, and we'll make it false. Okay, so based on this we need to get props here. So what you will get the props, the thing is that here at the beginning we need to define interface, and that is actually card sidebar props, and inside it what you will have, inside it will have is open, it will be boolean, and on close it will be a valid void function. Okay, that means the function doesn't return anything. Here what you will have to do, we'll have curly braces, we'll have card sidebar props, and inside this we'll have is open and is one close. Okay, one close, something like this. And now based on it, here we'll have something like this. We can simply based on curly braces is open, we'll have and let me take a div, let me take a div, and this div actually do nothing, it will be self closing. We can make it self closing, and say we'll have some class name here, it will be by default fixed, we have inset 0, then background busy black, then we'll have busy opacity, busy opacity. Okay, let me define this way, black 50% opacity, then we can have z index 40 and transition on opacity. Okay, something like this. And after then we'll have to design our sidebar. Right now we can see if you click you will have this opacity. Okay, if you click you will have this opacity. Let me click this, and to close it again, we can have a one click here, and we'll call on click false. Okay, so one click on false, and right now we can see it's actually let me when click, if you click anywhere, it will be gone. Okay, perfect. After then you need to design the sidebar. You can have sidebar, and here the sidebar will be a div, and inside this div we'll have another div. Okay, we'll simply apply some class name. We'll just define dynamic class name. So that's why here we'll have curly braces, we'll have backtick, and we'll say this will be fixed. If I exceed a fixed, we'll have top 0, sorry, top 0, right 0. Then we'll have is full, we'll have width by default full. Then we will define some maximum width on medium device, so maximum medium device width. Then we'll have busy white, we'll have some shadow will be excel, we'll have z index 50. Then we'll have transform, transition on transform. Then we can have duration 300 is in out, and sorry, is in out, is in out. Then we will just apply css dynamically when is open. Then we'll say it will be translate let x 0, otherwise we'll have clone and say otherwise. So translate let x full. Okay, something like this. And right now if you now click here, you can see we will have this space. Okay, we will have this type of space. After then inside this div we can simply say we'll have class name, and we'll make it by default flex, and by default it will be flex column, and it will be is full. Okay, and here we'll have to design. So the design will be something like this. We'll have a header, we'll have h2, and say this will be shopping shopping cart. Okay, shopping cart will have some styling like text excel size font bold, and text gray 900. Okay, something like this. And now you can see this is perfect. After then we'll target this div, and here we'll say this will be flex items center, justify between padding 6, border b, and border gray 200, something like this. And now you can see this is perfect. Okay, and finally after this h2 we'll have a button, and this button is actually for closing, and we'll say simply it will be fix x. Okay, so this icon is actually the close icon. So here is the close icon. We need to do some styling. Here we can simply say it will be class name, it will be width 6, height 6, and will be text gray 600. Here on this button we'll call class name p2. We'll have when someone hover, we'll have busy gray 100, rounded full, then transition on colors. Okay, perfect. And right now we can see something like this. And then if you need to just close it, you will have on click, you will have on click function, and we'll say this will be on close. Okay, now you can see how it's work. If you click right now, it will be closed. If you click this cart, it will open, and then it will close. Okay, perfect. So right now we don't have any product in cart, so that's why what we can do, after this div here, we can simply design our cart items. So cart items. Okay, so how we can do that, we'll have a div, and this div will say by default it will be class name, it will be flex 1, and we'll have overflow hidden, overflow y auto, and we'll have p of 6. Okay, inside it actually, so right now we will just check the length. For example, if items, and this items is not defined yet, so that's why, for example, let me define a hard-coded items here. So we'll have const items will be right now 0. Okay, so it will be right now 0. We don't have, okay, we can simply say it will be item a empty array. And right now if items dot length, length is equal 0, then we will have something like this. Otherwise we'll have something like this. Okay, and when it's actually 0, we can simply say cart is empty, and we can simply define another p and say your product here, something like this. Okay, right now we can see if you click here, your cart is empty, and if you have products, for example, you will have products something like this, id 1 will have product 1, you will have, click here, so your product is here. Look, it's perfectly working. So we will complete the other step when we'll have product on cart. We'll back to here and complete our cart options, but right now I think it's okay for now. Okay, we will have this type of thing. Okay, so you can see if I increase it, it will be something like this, and you can just open the menu. It's actually perfectly working for every device. Okay, so right now we have done our Navbar, and here you can see when I just click this add to cart, it's actually open a model on the site. Okay, so next thing is that we'll have to move to our home page. Here we'll have some navigational items, and then we'll have product cards. Okay, so to do that, let me back to the code, and here what I will do, so I will close everything, and right now we will just create a new folder. So here inside this src folder, we will create a new folder. This folder name is data, and inside this we will have a product data. Okay, so firstly we will load the data from this local folder. So that's why here we'll have something like this, products.ts file. Okay, and here we'll keep some data. I will provide all the data and source code obviously on the video description, so you can check that. And from this source code you will go to the folder of data, and there you will find this all of the information. So here we'll have some dummy product and a category sections for actually this category. Okay, so wall charts and stickers, so all of this category. If you need more categories, you can add here, and if you need to change any of this product information, for example, you can edit any of it. Here we'll have id, we'll have name, we'll have description, product price, then currency, then this is actually main image. Look, every product has different type of image, so you can see its main image, and all of these are the relative image. So I just store all of these images here. Look, all of this image here inside a images array. Okay, so this way we will just render. When someone click, it will render from here. Okay, so that's why I keep all of these images in a separate array. Then we'll have categories, we'll have slug, then colors, okay, and sizes and stocks. Okay, so all of this information you will need. I will provide the data on the source code, so you don't have to manually create it. You can just use it and modify it. Okay, so after then what you will have to do, as we're using TypeScript, we need to define types. Okay, so how you can just define types inside this src folder. We'll create a separate folder for types. So here we'll name it, for example, types. And inside this types folder we'll have, for example, as we're going to define the product type, so that's why we'll have product.ts file, and here we'll define the type. Okay, so to define the type we can use type alias war interface. It's up to you. So for example, let me define type alias for now. We'll export, then the keyword will be type, then the type name is actually for product, and as we are using type alias we will have a equal sign and curly braces. Okay, inside it, based on this data structure, we will define the types. For example, at the beginning we'll have id. So id is a string value, so inside it we'll say id will be string. Okay, then we will have name. Look, we'll have name. We can simply copy it back here and say name. Obviously you can see here it's a string value, so we'll say it's a string value. Then we need description. So the description is obviously a string value, so we keep a string value. Then we'll have price is a number value, and currency is a string value. Look, we have done it. Then we will have an image. It's obviously a string. Okay, so we will have, for example, image is a string value. Then we'll have images. So for the images array, it's a string array. Look, it's a array. This is a array, and inside this array we will have a string value. So that's why we will say string array. Okay, after then we need category, we need slug, then we need colors, sizes and stocks. Okay, and the thing is that we can just provide some options if we need. It's additional. So options, we can just keep some options here, and it will be, for example, it will be a product option array. So product option array. Okay, we need to define the product option array at the top. So here we'll have export type product options. Okay, and inside it we will have some information. For example, we'll have a name is string and value will be string array. Okay, so this option is actually coming from here. Look, here we'll have features, descriptions and other stuff. Okay, so that's why I will keep another optional options here. And finally, look, we will have the schema for product, so you can use it here. For example, we can simply say product, product, will came it from type. Okay, at the rate /types/product, and it will be an array. So I will define an array sign here. Okay, it's done. Now you can see we'll have categories. We can just define the category type here. So let me, inside this we can simply define another category. We'll have export, we'll have type, we'll have category, category, and equal sign curly braces, and we'll say it will be name string and slug will be string. And you can also use this category type here. Okay, let me import it, and it will be an array. Okay, so perfect, our type definition is complete. And now next thing is that we will go to our page.tsx, and we'll have to just customize it to make our homepage look like this way. Okay, so it will be look like this. Okay, so for now let me back to the code, and here we'll have to customize this homepage. Okay, so for this homepage, actually what we'll do, we'll convert this actually function is a async function. So here we can simply say it's async function. Okay, so after then what you will have to do, look, when someone actually just trigger here, you can see we'll have some search params. If you just go to stickers, we need to customize these search params. That means here when someone just try to visit category page, we will have something like this. Here we'll have, for example, category shirts. Okay, when someone just go to the shirts, we will display the shirts product. Okay, that means we need to work with this is actually search params. Okay, so how you can just do this? To do that, here we'll have to receive our params. Okay, so we have to simply define search params. Okay, something like this, and we need to define the types of it. So at the top, let me define a interface. You can just define type alias, it's up to you. So interface, and we'll say this is actually home props, props. Inside it we'll have search params, search params, and then it will be promise, because it's actually asynchronous, so we'll have to define promise here. Then inside it we'll have curly braces, and every time we will get category. Okay, so we'll get category, and this will be an optional category, and the category value is actually string, and we will use these home props here. Okay, we'll have to use these home props here. Simply you can just define a colon and use these home props. Okay, after then what we'll have to do, we can just get our params by using const params, and we'll have to await, and then we'll get our search params here. So right now if you just console log, you will get your params. Okay, so simply here you can see right now, if you just inspect and make sure, let me reload it. Here if you have something like this, you will see here inside this category you will have shirts. If you define here, for example, phone, ph or any phone, and press enter, you can see the category is now customizing. It's actually right now phone. Okay, so that means our category is working. If you are on root directory, look, if you are on root directory, you will have empty items, so we don't have any props here, search params here on this root. Okay, that means it's perfectly working. After then what you will do, so after then we actually need to get our category param. Okay, so here we'll destructure it. You can simply define category, and we will get it from the params, and we'll have category, and by default if there is no category, we will define it will be wall category. Okay, that means when you are on home page, look, when you are on home page, we will have to show all the products, available products here, and then we will need to define a specific products. Okay, so that is the thing. We just say when you are on, we have category, we'll have the category, otherwise it will be wall. So right now if you just console log the category, you will get the category. For example, again back here, if I reload, right now you are on home page, so that's why you will see wall category selected. But if you go to the shirts category and press enter, you can see it's actually right now shirts. That means we get our category information from actually params. Okay, so after then what next? Actually here we need to design our website, so that's why at the beginning we'll have to define some class name. Here we'll have a maximum height, width, so max width 7xl. Then we'll have max auto, then we will use some padding px 4 py 12. On a small device px will be 6, on large device px will be 8. Okay, something like this. So now you can see we'll have our home page start from here. Okay, so next thing is that as we need to load our product, what we can do that. So here inside it we can simply load our product. So how you can do that? So to do that, for example, let me define a components. Okay, inside this components folder, we will have a new file that is actually product grid, product grid dot tsx. Okay, RAFC, React Arrow functional component. And right now we will just import the product grid here. Okay, so inside it we call product grid. Okay, inside this product grid we need to pass our product. So how to pass our product? Look, at first we need to import our product. Okay, so let me define products, and we'll have to import products. So let me define how to import products. Look, we will have data on this data folder. So this is actually product data, and we need to import our product here. Let me import curly braces from at the rate data / products, and here we will destructure our products. Okay, so right now here we can pass this products information, and after then what the next thing we will have to pass. So look, we will have the category, and initially the category is wall. So that's why here we'll just say initial category. Okay, so the initial category is simply this category. Okay, fine. After then you can see there is an error. So it's actually because we passed props from here but we didn't receive it. So that's why we will have to receive it from here. So what you will have to receive? You will have to receive products, and then you will have to receive initial category. Okay, so you will have to receive initial category. That means here the error has gone, but you can see we'll have to define the types because we are using TypeScript. So that's why it's a build binding element products explicitly say an any type. So that means we'll have to fix our type definition here to solve this. Okay, so that's why let me define it. Here we'll have an interface product grid props, and inside it, look what we need to define. We need to define products, and this will be a product array. We'll have to import the type of the product, and it will be an array. After then we'll have to define this initial category, and this will be a string value. Okay, a string value, and sometimes this is actually not available, so that's why we'll define a optional checking. Okay, and now we'll have to use this, and if you define it when optional checking is there is no element, you can just define by default the value is wall. And after then here we will have to say the category is the product grid props. The error has gone. Right now if you back, you can see this is actually product grid. Okay, so I think you understand how it's actually showing here, but we will have still lots of tasks here on homepage, because when you are using this, look, when you are using this product grid it's a asynchronous, sometimes you need to interact with database and it takes time. You can just use a suspense fallback to make your website more perfect. So whenever you need to take time to load the data, you can see here the effect. Look, here you will have a effect. If I want to just check to the network, and if I just add slow 4G, and if I reload, look here, look here, a little fallback is there. So if I let me change it, I think you have seen that. So by defining this way, actually you need to use a suspense block here, because it will give you better options if there is no data available. Okay, so that's why what you will have to do, we'll have to import suspense suspense from React, and inside it we will keep our product grid, and whenever you have suspense you will have a fallback URL, and this is actually, you can simply define, it will be a equal sign curly braces, and you can simply say this is a div components for product loading. Look something like this. Okay, so look something like this. It's as simple as it. Okay, so this is our suspense block, and inside this we'll have product grid. That means whenever you just reload it, it will just show the loading at the beginning. After then it will show the products here. Okay, so but look, it's a very simple UI for this fallback suspense, but if you need to modify, you can do that. So no worries, you can just customize your product grid fallback. So let me define it here. For example, we will just create a function. This is actually product grid fallback. Okay, something like this, and this will be something like this. Here we'll have to return something like this. It will be our UI here. So right now you can just simply just keep this inside it. It's as simple as it. Okay, it's as simple as it. And right now, instead of a single div, you can use your component product grid fallback like this way. Okay, so right now you can just design your UI here. So as your product grid looks like, you can just define it, the design here, and it will work the similar I have here. Okay, I have here. Okay, so for doing that, you can just, it's up to you how you design your UI fallback loading, so or loading UI, it's up to you. But for now, let me something like this. We can just say how to design it. For example, we will have a div. Inside this div we'll have another div. Let me, I'm not interested to design that, but we can just use for example, you can just search UI fallback or loading UI using Tailwind CSS or something like this. It's up to you. I will provide the code, so you don't have to worry about it. You can go any of this transition animation or something like this. It's actually not okay. I will provide the source code, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just simply replace this, and this will give you a UI. Here actually nothing, it will just show loading, and it will just make an array of product grid, so something like that. And right now if you see here, you will see nothing because it's actually super fast. Our product is not delaying, but sometimes you can just make throttling and see that actually not showing because it's actually super fast. There is no network issues, or it's actually loading our products is speedily because we don't have any product, we just have a text here. Okay, so right now let's back to this product grid, and we'll have to design our product grid. So how you design this product grid? Okay, so for this here we need to get our source params. So that's why here what you can do this. Here we at the beginning we have, for example, const, we'll have SEAR source params, PARAMS params. So how you get your source params? We will have use source params from actually next navigations. We can simply get our source param by use source params from next navigation. So using this you will get your source params. So let me get it. So you can simply console log the source params for now to check it. Here right now if you see, we will have an error. So it says this source param is actually client component. So that's why at the beginning, to fix it, actually at the beginning you will have to include use client derivative. Okay, so what you will have to do, whenever you use client components hook, then you will have to make this component a client component by using use client derivative. Okay, so right now you will have the error, and if you inspect, and here you can see you will have read only URL source params 1. Okay, you have something like this. If I reload again, you can see we'll have something like this. And after then what you will do, here we need our route, so that's why we will have router, and we will get use router. Okay, use router hook from actually next navigation, not actually next route. Okay, something like this. We need these two things first, then we'll have a use state hook. Let me define. We need to have a use state hook, so we'll have const, we'll have a use state hook, use a straight, and inside it what you will do, inside it here we'll have something like this, source params, and we'll get category. So from the source params we will get category. Otherwise we will simply define our initial category. Okay, initial category, initial category. Okay, this initial category is here, and after then we will destructure it by this way: selected, selected category, category category, and set, and let me copy this and paste it here. We'll have to capitalize it. Okay, set selected category by defining this way. After then we'll have use effect, and right now whenever we are used to use effect, we'll have a callback and a empty dependency, and inside it what you will do, we need to get the category from actually source params dot get, and we'll have our category otherwise it will be wall. After then we will have to define the set category. Okay, and here this is the dependency using this source params, so that's why we'll have source params dependency here. Okay, so right now, so and see, we'll have something like this. Let me connect it. We'll have nothing, and now after then what you will do, so after then actually we need to filter product. Okay, so for example we'll have const, we'll have filter filter products. Okay, so for doing this we'll have selected category. If selected category is equal wall, then we'll have to load all our products. So we'll have to load all our products. Otherwise we will simply call products.filter method, filter method, and then every time it will just get product, and then it will simply define product.category category, then equal selected category. Okay, something like this. So right now if you simply console log filtered products, and let me see here, you will have three filtered product. Look, you have three filtered product for shirts. Okay, if you simply define nothing here, if you just hit this root URL, you will see we will have total 8 product. Okay, you will see we will have total 8 product. And for example if you just try to get the accessories, for example here we will have to define question mark. What is the question mark category? And if we define accessories here, if we define accessories here, look, the accessories category products has only 4 products. Look, we'll have 4 products that contain accessories. Okay, that contain accessories. That means our filtering is working perfectly. Okay, after working this perfectly, sometimes what actually need, after then you need to define our UI. Okay, so for doing this we need to customize here. How you can do that? For example, inside this div we'll have another div, and this div can have class name. We'll say this will be margin bottom 8. We'll have flex, we'll have flex wrap, wrap wrap or warp, gap 4, then border B, then we'll have border gray color 200 and pb for something like this. And after then inside it we'll have need to define our categories. So our categories will came from categories dot will map it. Okay, we'll map it, and every time we'll get is category. And after then what we'll have to do, we'll have need to button button button, and inside this button we'll say this is actually category dot name. Okay, something like this. And we need to provide the key profs. So key profs will be, for example, category dot slug. Okay, slug slug. So right now after defining this, if you just back your UI, you will have this. Look, you will have all shards, stickers, and if you need others categories, you can just customize here. Look, you will have your data, and inside here if you just add a new category, for example you need to define accessories, then you can just do this way, and if you back here it will automatically add it. Okay, so I think it's actually perfect. You will have this is automatically added. Okay, but the thing is that whenever you just choose a category, you need to just color it or you need to make changes. So that's why here we will have some class name. We can simply say class name, and we will just design it dynamically. Whenever we will have by default, let me define it a backtick. We'll have some text size, or you can just define some text color. For example, let me define, we'll have font medium. We'll just define the font medium, and we can simply change the color. So transitions on colors, and based on actually selected category equal category dot select dot slug. Okay, based on this what you will do, you can have to just style dynamically. So that's why we'll have text gray, let me define text indigo 600, then we'll have some border b2 and border indigo, for example 900, something like this. Okay, and we'll have some padding bottom 1. Otherwise when it's done, we'll have actually something like this. We'll have text, we will just make it empty, something like this. And right now you can see it's actually category selected, and some it will look like this. You actually not need this actually padding bottom. It's actually, I think something like this is okay. Okay, so right now we can see it's actually selected. Now look, we need some one click so that we can change the category by clicking here. So to do that, we'll have a one click function here. One click event here. We'll have a callback, and here what you will do, every time we'll have handle category change function, and this function will receive category dot slug. Okay, category dot slug. Okay, now we need to make this function. Let me copy this, and here for example after this we'll have const a function, and this function will receive category. This function will receive category slug, something like this. Category slug, slug slug, and this is actually string type. And inside this what you will do, you will have to filter. So based on it, at first we need to get the selected category. Okay, so need to get the selected category. So that's why here we'll have set selected category, and inside this we'll pass our category selected, sorry category slug, and after then we'll have to need two params, PARAMS params, and here we need to get it URL source params, URL source params, and inside this what you will have to do, we'll have source params and we'll convert it to string format. Okay, and after then we will apply some condition. If category slug equal wall, then we will simply say params dot delete method, and we will delete our category, and after then we will have else we'll have params dot set, and we'll set our category. And finally, after all of this stuff, what you will do, you will have to router dot push, and here look, we'll have to contain our this structure forward slash and all of this structure. We can just copy it, and now inside this push we will simply take a backtick and just paste our format. So our format will be here, we'll have category, and after then we'll have accessories. So we'll make it dynamically. So how you can just do this dynamically, we'll have, for example, $sign curly braces, we'll get the category from actually this params, and we will convert it to string format, so that's why this will just get the category. And after then what you will do, after then here we will have a scroll false. Okay, a scroll false, something like this. So now it's okay, we have everything done. So if you now click here, look, it's actually sticker is selected. If you now click shorts is selected. If you click here, all is selected. You can just make this more engagingly. You can just define cursor pointer, so cursor pointer to see it more relevant. Look, perfectly working. Okay, so based on this category selected, now we'll have to render our product here. So how you can do that? So to do that, here after this div, so something like this, after these divs, what you will do, for example, we'll take a new div and say here we'll have to just call filter products, then we'll check the length. Okay, we don't need to check the length. We can simply map it, and every time we'll get product. And now what you will do, here we'll have to just render our product. So that's why what you will do, we can just simply say we'll have another component. We'll have, for example, product card, okay, dot tsx rfce reactor functional component, and now we will use it here. So we can simply say product card, okay, and we'll self close it. After then inside it we will pass the key props. So key props will be product dot id, and after then we will have product equal, we'll pass our product. Okay, passed our product, something like this. Okay, so after then you can see will have all of this product. So when you are on wall, you will have total 8 products. If you click shirts, you will have 3 products. If you click stickers, you will have 1 product, and if you click accessories, you will have 4 product. Okay, so that means you will have the product perfectly showing. And right now we need to design something look like this. Okay, we will have this type of card. Okay, so for doing this, we will have to customize it here, but before that, let me define a UI here. After then, for example, if filtered product, so filtered product dot length is equal 0, and we will simply define when there is no product, we'll show a div, so that will say so no products found in this category. For example, if you just go a unwanted product category, for example here, if you go to ABC category and you see the product, no product found in this category, is actually not center. Let me define something like this. We don't need to make it center, so we'll have something like this. Look, if you just hit unwanted category, you will see this message. Otherwise, if you go to a specific category, it will show a specific product, and when you hit wall, you will see all of this product. Okay, in the next video I will design this product card. Okay, so now we need to design our product card, and here is our product card. As we just passing props, we'll have to just use these props here. Okay, so simply define curly braces and receive your props from here. As we are using TypeScript, as usual, we'll have to define an interface product card props, and look, here we're receiving product, so that's why we inside it will have our product. Okay, so product type will be the product that the type we define on types/product. Okay, something like this, and now we will use it here. So look how simple it is. Whenever you have the idea to use TypeScript, you will define a one type and use it multiple places, so that's why your code is readable. Okay, reusable. Okay, after then, look, let me break down the product card here. If you just check, every products card will have 3 things. Firstly, we will have a image here. Look, we'll have a image here. Then we'll have another div for information about the product title or name and the product price. Okay, something like this. Okay, so that means we need a entire div. Inside it we'll have 2 things. Okay, one is for image and one is for informations. Okay, so that's why here what you will do at the beginning, let me use link. Okay, from next link, here we'll have a ref, and the ref will be, will dynamically define /product here we'll use slug, so that's why $ curly braces, we'll have product dot slug. Okay, so slug, that means whenever you just click any of this card, look, if you just click any of this card, it will redirect to the product details page. Okay, something like this. And after then, what next? Here inside it, we can just define something like that. We'll have a class name that is actually group. Okay, group group, and inside it we'll have a div. Inside this div we'll have 2 divs. Okay, so this is on div, so this is for example image, and there is another div, so this div contains product information. For example, we'll have h3, and we'll say this will be product dot maybe name. Okay, so after then we'll have a information, so that's why p tag, and p tag contains about a $sign, and sorry, a $sign, and then here we'll render our product price, and we will define it to fixed. Okay, so that it will be on 2 decimal point. Okay, not more than others. And after then we'll define the product currency. For example, here this will be product dot currency. Okay, currency. So right now if you back to your design, you can see we'll have something like this. Okay, so now we need to make our designing more perfect. Here we'll have some class name. We'll define margin top one, sorry, top four is okay. Then we need to define this product name. It will be text sm size. Then we'll have font medium. Then we'll have text gray 900. Okay, after then we'll target this p tag and simply say margin top 1 will have text sm. Then we'll have font semi bold. After then we'll have text gray 800 or something like this. Okay, so I think right now it's okay. Let me check it. Something perfect. Okay, so now look, it's actually should be a grid, so that every column will contain, sorry, every row contain 4 items. Okay, so for doing that we'll target this parent div, and here we'll make it actually sorry, here we don't have to do that. We will actually target our product grid. Here we'll have a div, and inside this div we'll have class name. We'll make it grid, and we'll say grid by default column 1 on a small device. We'll have grid call 2. Grid call 2 on large device. We'll have grid call 4. Okay, and on medium device we'll have grid call, for example 3, something like this, and we'll add some gap of 6 is okay, fine right now. And you can see we'll have 4 per actually row. Okay, perfect. After then what you will have to do, after then let me back to this product card, and here we'll simply design this. So this will be as this, as look, it's actually a square shape. Every box is a pure square shape, so that's why we'll just use to make this, we'll use aspect ratio. So it's a new css properties, will be a square shape. Then we'll have w full, and we'll make overflow hidden and rounded lg for some round shape. And we'll have background color busy gray 100, something like this. And now you can see we'll have this. Okay, we'll have this type of a square shape. Now let's align the design. Okay, let's align the design. For example, to do that, what you will do, we need to design the image. So for defining this, we will use another components. Okay, so here we'll have product product image component dot tsx rafc reactor functional component, and we'll use this here. Okay, we'll use it here inside this div. We'll just replace it and we'll call product image. Okay, product image, and let me define profs here. This will receive src. So src will be product image. After then we'll have to receive alt alt will be product name. After then we'll define a width will be 400, and height will be height will be equal 400. Then we'll have class name the class name will be something like this. We'll have is full, we'll have w full, we'll have object cover, then we'll have object center, then transition on transform, we'll have group hover, gr of hover, and it will be scale 100, for example 105. Okay, something like this. Okay, after then we will pass a fallback text, fallback, back, text text, and it will be product name. Okay, so we will have our actually product image component, and as we will have all of these props, we will have to pass it to this image component. We will have something like this. Here we'll have src, then alt world. After then we'll have to pass width. Okay, so let me define comma width. After then we'll have height, then we will have class name, and finally we'll have fallback text. Okay, so we'll have fallback text. As we're defining this, we'll have to use a interface. So interface will be product image props, something like this, and inside it we'll have all of this stuff. Okay, src is string, alt is string, then height and width, number, class name is string, and fallback is a string. Okay, now we'll use it here. We'll have simply use product image props, and after then inside it what you will do, look, at the beginning we'll define a user state. We'll have const, we'll have user state, and by default what you will do, inside this we'll have a default value src. Okay, now what you'll do, you will be img src and set img src. Okay, after then we'll have, if there's happened any error, we'll have another user states. So that is actually user state by default false, and here we'll have has error, and set has error. Okay, we'll have something like this. So if any error happen, we'll have to call a function. We'll have handle error. How you can just handle the error? So it will be an error function. Okay, so if we will simply say if not has error, if there is no error happens, what you will do here, we will just define set image url src, and here we'll just define, and now inside it we'll simply paste it. What we will do, we can just, let me define, it will be via placeholder.com, and then we will customize the width and height. So here we'll have dollar sign, we'll have our width, then we'll have a cross height. We just make this type of image fallback text. Okay, or we can simply, instead of this, we will have alt alt, so something like this. Okay, fine, and after then we'll return an image from here. So that's why we'll have image, it will be next image. Okay, the image will came from next image, and inside it we'll have to pass our src will be our own src, and right now it's actually img src. After then we'll have to pass alt will be our alt alt, then we'll have width will be width, height will be height, and then class name will be class name, and on error handle error. Okay, something like this. And now if you back to your website, you will see, so invalid unsplash. Okay, so next image unsplash is not configured under next config. That means we'll have to configure it. So how you can just configure it? So for doing that, we'll have to customize our next config file. Okay, so how you can just customize it? It's very simple. Whenever you have the source of image from outside, you will have to add sources here. So image will have curly braces, and inside this we'll have remote pattern. Okay, remote patterns, it will be an array. So inside this, what you will do, we need to pass our protocol first. We'll have an object, we'll have protocol. Our protocol will be http/, then we'll have our host name. Okay, host name will be as we are using. Look, we have our images from actually uh, this URL. Okay, so this URL, so we'll have call this, copy this, and here we'll have our images dot unsplash. It will be your website URL. There you just keep all your images, and we can have to add another source. So it will be protocol and hostname will be via placeholder.com. So that is actually from this fallback URL. Okay, that is actually fallback URL. So after defining this, if you back here, I need to, whenever you customize your config file, you need to rerun your website. So let me open the terminal, npm run dev, and right now your website is running. And if I reload, you will see, you will have, at first it will just show the fallback and you will have all of these images. Look, it's working perfectly, but the text is not shown. So where is the text? I cannot find it. Okay, to solve this, what we can do, that we can simply cart this div and make it outside of this div. And now if you see, it's actually perfectly working. We'll have all of this stuff. You can see this is perfectly working. Okay, and right now if you click any of it, it will redirect to the product details page, and in the next video we'll design this product detail page. Okay, now we'll have to design our product details page, and if I just look how it should look like, here you can see at the beginning we'll have breadcrumb. Okay, we'll have this type of breadcrumb, then we'll have images. Here you can change the images. Okay, look, it's perfectly working. After, then here we'll have product details. We'll have the options to choose color variant. Then we need the sizes, customization, will have quantity. Okay, then you can just add to cart. We'll have some informations, we'll have descriptions, features, return policies, and all of this stuff. We'll have the relative product. Here you can see we'll have the relative product. Okay, so all of this is a complete solution of a e-commerce product page, and you can use this same design to any kind of e-commerce website. So let's design this. So in this, actually we will focus on this section. So here what you will have to do, let me close all of this stuff. So as look, it's a new route, it's a new route. Okay, product forward slash, and here we'll have our Slack. Okay, so that means it will be a dynamic route. We will have to close everything. We will go inside this app, create a new folder. The folder will be product, and inside this folder we'll have another folder, and it will be dynamic. So that's why we'll take a square bracket, and inside this we'll define the slug, slug slug. Okay, so this folder, inside this folder we'll have a page.tsx. Okay, page.tsx. so this is our product details page. We can name it, for example, product product page. Okay, it will be asynchronous as it's a params. That means we can receive params from here, params params. Okay, and we need to define the type. The type will be here interface product page props. Okay, and inside it we'll have params, and it will be, as we are using asynchronous function, it will be promise. And then we will have inside it, look, it will be slug, slug. So this is the folder name, and the select type will be obviously always it will be string, and we'll use these props here. Okay, so this is actually product page props, and this it's okay. Now we'll destructure our slug from the params, and right now we need to get our product. So that's why we will define a function. For example, here we'll have a variable that is product, and now we need to get our product. So that's why, for example, we'll have a function get product by slug, and here we'll just pass our slug. Okay, something like this. Now let's define our functions. Here at the beginning we'll have export const, we'll have async function. So that's why here let me define generate product by Slack function, we can just use it, or you can just have options to use it on a different folder. Here for example, let me define here, we can just write our function. Let me define export const will have get product by Slack. SL uses Slack, and it will every time receives a Slack. So that's why here SL uses Slack, and it will be type string. And after then, what you will do, you will have simply return products dot find. Okay, find, and every time we will get product. And then what you will have to do, we'll have simply product select equal Slack. So this is actually written here. So let me import it, Slack from products, and we don't need to define it here. Okay, so right now if you just simply console log the product, you will get the product, I think. So let me check it. So if you now inspect here inside this console, if you refresh, you can see your product is here. Okay, if you choose another product, for example Acme Dresden bag, and right now you can see it's actually the perfect Slack is working, and this is the perfect name of the product. So it's actually working. Okay, so based on this, what we can do, so based on this we can just back to here, and right now as we will have all the product information, what you will have to do, if we don't have any product, we'll have to show a not found page. If the product is not there, if not product, then what you will do here, we will just call a not found. Okay, not found, it will be came from next navigations. Okay, so this will came from next navigations. So as we'll have a not found, so if then there any product is not found, for example bag 100, and if you hit, it's a not found page. You can see there is a not found page. Okay, you can just design this not found page, it's up to you how you can just design it. For example, to do that, inside this Slack, actually inside the Slack folder, you can have a not found page. So not dash found found dot tsx, here rfc reactor functional component, and that means not found. Okay, something like this. You can customize this. Right now you can see it's actually not found, and if you need, you can just customize it. I think I don't need this for now, actually, because the default not found is perfect for now. So the page is cannot be found. I think it's okay, perfect right now. You can just customize it as I have just shown it. Okay, the next thing is that we'll have to design it, and I say in this video I will complete this breadcrumb. Okay, it's called it breadcrumb navigations, so that you can specifically, for example, if you are on this page, you can drag to go to the this charts category. It's perfectly working, look. So that's why I will make something like that feature. Okay, you will go to a specific feature, then go to home page directly. For example, if you click home page, it will redirect to the home page. So that means this is called a breadcrumb, and I will design that. So here, to do that, I will take a empty fragment, and inside it, for example, for this breadcrumb, let me add a comments. So bread bread crum breadcrumb navigation, breadcrumb navigations, and here we'll have div. Inside this div we'll have another div, and then we'll have a nav. Okay, this nav will simply contain link. Okay, link link, and right now every time we can have, for example, this is the first one is home, and we'll have href, so it's actually for home page. Okay, something like this. And now if you back to your website and go to a specific product page, let me choose for example this bag, so it's actually show this is home. So why this is home actually showing, it should be the product name. Maybe look, this is actually the home, that's why it's actually showing that. Okay, so we need to customize it. For example, here we'll have class name, we'll say this will be when someone hover, it will be text gray 900 and transition on colors. And on this Navbar, actually we can say this will be flex, which it will be item center, it will be space x2, then we'll have text sm size, text gray, text gray 200 600 it fine. Okay, perfect, something like this. And you can see we will have this. Okay, but we need to more customizations. We'll target this div here, we'll say we'll have some background color busy gray, for example 50, we'll have border b, then we'll have border gray 200, and now you can see we'll have this. Okay, perfect, but still need to improve. We'll have more options to improve. We'll have max w 7xl, we'll have mx auto, then we'll have some padding px4 for py4, then we'll have on max device, one small device we'll have px6, then on large device px8. Okay, something like this. And right now we can see it's much better, but the thing is that here it's start from here, but it's actually not something like this. You will have see it start from this position. So that's why what you can do, instead of items is center, will have items a start. So right now if you check, why not, it's working. So it's actually the first one. If we have other child, we can understand what's that is actually not happening. So maybe it's actually for mx auto. If I remove it, I think it will be start from here, but let me keep that, I don't need to customize here, and it will be center. I will do that later, center. Okay, so after this link we'll have these icons. Look, we'll have this arrow icon. Okay, so for doing this I will just pass a svg here. You can just get that svg on the code, so this will perfect. After then we'll just format this code. Let me format this code. Okay, this svg will just add an array, we'll just copy it, this link, and then we will have another thing. So that is actually for category, and we will simply pass our category here. So we will say product dot category. Okay, and the href will be dynamically. So what you will do, we'll have curly braces backtick, and we will have forward slash question mark, then we will have, let me copy it. For example, when you are on here and choose any of this category, you will have this url. So let me copy all of this and now paste it here. Okay, so we will be the category, and instead of hard-coded chart we'll have dollar sign curly braces, we'll have product dot category. Okay, so right now maybe the backtick is omitted. Okay, perfect. So you can see here, if you go there you will have charts. After then we need this svg again, we'll copy this svg again, then we'll paste it here. After then we'll just copy this link again, paste it here, and let me format this. And here instead of product we will have to print our product select or product name. So span it will be product name. Okay, something like this, and the url will be for this product product slug. Okay, something like this. And right now you can see we will have this, and the product slug will be actually this way, forward slash this way, the URL we need to customize it. And here will be dollar sign curly braces product dot slug. Okay, so it's perfectly working. So if you click charts, it will redirect to the charts. Now for example for this stickers, you can see if you click stickers it will redirect to there. If you click home it will redirect to home. But the thing is that this is actually started from here. Why it's started from here? Let me define. For example, here you can see we'll have a huge padding, so px88. So right now you can see it's perfect. Okay, if I go there it's perfect. So the breadcrumb is completed, and if this breadcrumb is completed, next thing is that we'll have to focus on this main design, main product sections. So there you will have emails, you will have product details, you can see that stuff here. So in the next video we'll just start this. So we completed our breadcrumb navigation, and here you can see we'll have our breadcrumb. Okay, but the next thing is that we'll have to make our main design component section, and that is here. We'll have something like this. We'll have a div, and inside it we'll have two separate divs. So one is actually for presenting the image, and another is for the product informations. Okay, so that means inside on div we will have two different divs for different information. One div contain the images, and another is on only contain the information of the product. Okay, so how you can just do that? So for doing this, let me close this here. We'll just close it, and after then we will take a new div, and this div will contain class name, and we'll say this will be, for example, mx auto. Then we'll have max w 7xl. Then we can have px4 by default py8, and on a small device we will be px6, and for large device we will have px8. Okay, that is very common patterns, and inside it actually what you will do, look, this is our first grade. Okay, then inside this we'll have two different grade. Okay, so that's why here we'll take a div, and this div will be a grid layout. Okay, we'll have class name, grade, gap of 12. On large device we'll have grid calls 2, and by default it will be grid actually 1. So after then we can say on margin device we will define some margin bottom, that is actually MB 16. Okay, so right now we can see we have nothing here because we didn't any style here. So here let me add two comments. One is actually for product images. So this will be, for example, a div. Okay, we'll say product images. Then we'll have another div that is actually for product info. Okay, something like this, and this will contain a div, so product info. So now if you visit you will have this product image section and product info sections. Okay, so let's get started with this product image sections. Here on this div we'll simply style, for example we'll make it sticky on top, so that's why we will have to apply sticky sticky top 8, and it will be self start. Okay, start something like this, and inside this actually we will have to use a component. So that's why inside this component folder we will create a component that is actually product image gallery. Okay, .tsx rfce reactor functional component. Now we'll import it here. Okay, so product image gallery. It will be self-closing, and inside this we will have to pass our images. Okay, so that's why we will have images, and our images will be came from product dot images, where it will be an array of product dot image. Okay, so if there is not more than one image, that means it will be a product image. Okay, so we'll have something like this, and let me define the product name. So here we'll have product name and it will be product name. Okay, something like this. As we pass some props, we'll have to receive it. We will receive it from here. Let me define curly braces, and let also define this here. Okay, now as usual, as I just define interface here, let me define interface, and that will be product image gallery props. And inside it we'll have three things. One is actually images string array, and product name string, and we'll use it from here. Okay, so product image gallery props, something like this. After then, what you will do inside it, we will have to just take a use state hook. We'll have const use state hook. Whenever you define use state, it will be by default 0 indexing. Okay, whenever you have use state, you have to must ensure this component is actually use client. Okay, because it's actually client hook. And after then, here we'll simply say selected image index. Okay, and the next thing is set selected image index. Okay, something like this. After then, what you will do, we need to display image, so that's why here we'll have const display image, and at first we will have to check images dot length, and if the length is greater than 0, that means we'll have images, so we'll simply passes images, otherwise we'll have an empty array. Okay, empty array, something like this. And after then we'll have selected image. We can simply define selected image, and that will be, we'll call display image, this display image, and inside it we will actually pass our index number, where we can simply define empty things. Okay, that means there is no selected image. And finally we'll check the display image length. So here we'll have if we'll check display image dot length equal 0, that means there is no display image, we can simply return null. Okay, that means there is nothing. And after then we will define a logic to just change the thumbnail when you click images. For example, when you click here, it changes the thumbnail image. So that's why here we will have a function that is actually handle thumbnail thumbnail click, and it will receive index. So this index will be a number, sorry, this will be a num ber number, and here actually we'll have set index and we'll pass our index number. Okay, something like this. It's very easy to make this type of display image. Okay, so then now we'll have to focus on styling. We'll have at the beginning a space y6, a space y6, sorry, y6, and inside these actually what you will do, we'll need to define our main image first. So that's why you will just comment main image, and let me define a div, and this div will have class name. We can have aspect ratio is square. We will have by default w full, then we'll have overflow hidden, rounded excel, busy gray 200 or 100 is okay for now. Shadow sm, border gray 200. Okay, inside this div we'll have another div, and inside it actually we will call our product image, okay, component. And inside these actually we'll have to pass the information. Look, this product image actually this component will receive all of this stuff. Okay, it will receive all of this stuff. At first it need to have a src, and the src will be selected image. Okay, after then it will have alt will be we can just define it dynamically. So let me define it dynamically. We will have backtick $sign curly braces, and we'll have something like this. Okay, after then we can have width will be, for example, 800. We need much bigger width. Then we'll have height 800. Then we'll have class name, and we'll define this type of full class name that I used here. For example, where I use that, maybe inside this card. Okay, we'll have something like this. Let me copy it, and now we can use it. So object contain duration 300. We don't need this group hover. Okay, so we not this define it. We need to define it opacity control, and we'll have duration 300, something like this. Okay, and now in this div we will have class name, and we will say this will be by default w full, and then we will have is full, and we will animate fade in. Okay, animate animate dash fade in. Okay, div fade in. So where it will come from, actually we need to define some custom styling. So right now you can see we'll have this. Okay, we'll have this image. So this is the first image. If you open back, it will see the image is there. So we need to define the animate fade in. Okay, so for doing that, where we can use style it. So in this global.css here, after this body we can have at the rate keyframe, and we'll have the identifier. This identifier is fade in. Okay, something like this, and here we'll just start our keyframe from actually something like this. It will start from opacity 0, then it will continue to the opacity 1, and now here we will say dot this function, so fade in, sorry, dot these classes, and here we'll have something like this. We'll have animations, we'll have fade in, so this is fade in. Then we will define the duration of the animation. For example, 0.3 seconds is in out. So this type of animation right now, if you see, it's actually fade in animation, okay, happening here. So the image is showing. What next? Actually, after then, look, we need some blocks here. Okay, we need some blocks here. So how to design this type of blocks? So for doing that, here, let me back here, we'll have our main image here. So then what next? Here we need to show the thumbnail image. Okay, thumbnail gallery. So it will be thumbnail gallery. Okay, GALLERY gallery. And when it will be visible, will be visible when display image length is greater than 1. Length is greater greater than 1, then it will be only visible. Okay, so that's why here what you will do, we will have a div, and inside this div we will say this will be, for example, class name, it will be grid. By default we will show grid calls 4 and we'll have gap of 3. Okay, something like this. And inside it what you will do, we will have to map our display images, and let me do that. Display images dot map, and we will receive image src, or we can simply say image image, then index. After then we can have parenthesis, then we'll have button. Inside this button, look, we'll have key props. The key is actually index. Then we will have, for example, on click, and we call our handle on click. Okay, so handle thumbnail change or something like that, that we define it here. That is actually handle thumbnail click. Okay, so thumbnail click, and it will be index. Okay, something like this. And after then what we will have, actually inside this button we will have our thumbnail image. So let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this. We'll have all of this and we'll paste it. Okay, I missed a thing here. Here we will have a fallback text. Okay, fallback text, and that will be something like this, product name. Okay, and we'll also need to have it here, fallback text, and this will be, for example, we can say it will be dynamically, because here we'll have more images, so that's why we'll have product name thumbnail image, something like this. Okay, let me format this code so that it will be display properly. Okay, we have something like this, look. And right now if you just check here, you will have the same image different places. Okay, the next thing is that we need to change it based on the images. So how you can do that? Here, look, inside this src we will pass image. So the image is here, so we'll simply change the image here. And after then you can see we will have different images. Okay, you can see we will have different images, but it's actually not working. So it's actually not working. So that means you will have something need to be changed. For example, here world will be index.1, and here we don't need the full width, it will be 200 is better here and 200 is better here. Okay, the thing is that we need to customize something here. So here transition opacity 300 is okay, and after then let me convert it to a dynamic css. Let me Ctrl X to cut it, then we will have curly braces, backtick, and paste it here. After then we will simply define $sign curly braces. We'll have selected index, and we will check if it's same as index. We will have to add some opacity. We'll have some opacity 100%. Then otherwise we will have something like this, opacity 70%, and when you hover, opacity will be 100%. Okay, something like this. And after then what you will do, and see, perfect. Okay, it's actually working perfectly. And the thing is that we can have a cursor pointer. It's actually not mandatory. Cursor P for pointer. Okay, fine, but the image is not changing. Why the image is not changing? Okay, so the thing is that we'll have to need more customization. So the customization thing is that here we'll have on click, we'll have handle thumbnail click, we pass our thumbnail here, but it's actually not displaying. That means we need to adjust something. Okay, but before that, let me define. It will be some class name here. Okay, the class name is actually, it will be dynamic css, and we'll say aspect ratio is square. We'll have w full overflow hidden, overflow hidden. Then we'll have rounded lg, we'll have border, some border. Then we can have transition wall, transition wall. We'll have cursor pointer. Then we will simply define selected image index, and that will be equal index. And if it's selected index, we will say this will be border, border blue 500, and we'll add some shadow, something like this. Okay, here we'll have some issues. Let me check it. Okay, it's not actually set selected, it's only selected. Okay, selected indexing number, so the error has gone. And right now you can see we'll have some border, but it's actually not visible. We can add it more proper border, so the border can have, for example, border 2, and now you can see it's much better. Okay, but the image is not changing, this image is not changing, so we need to fix it. Let me check it. Handle thumbnail click, and we'll pass the index here, so no issues here. Let me check the function. Here we'll have the function that is actually set selected image index. We'll pass our index here, so this is okay. So maybe where's the issues is, the issues could be here. Let me check it. We'll have selected image index, set selected image index, so it will be start from 0 indexing, and we'll have images dot length greater than 0. Then we'll have images, otherwise a empty array, and here this selected image, display image, selected image index, everything is looks fine. Let me do one thing. We can just restart our server, sometimes it's caches, so that why let me clear it and we'll rerun it. Okay, and right now if I go to home page, let's go to start it, but this is actually not changing. Okay, so the thing is that selected image. Okay, the thing is here on this div, let me define key props. So key props will be set selected image index. Okay, now you can see it's actually solved. The image is perfectly showing. If I just show you, look, it's perfectly showing. And if I go to another category, so let me click, the image is now displaying. So by following this way, you can just fix this problem. Look, that is perfectly working for all categories. Let me define this. Okay, so it's working. And after then, what next? Actually, after completing these stuff, we next have to complete the right side. Okay, so this is actually for product information. Okay, so now we'll have to work with product info sections, and for doing that, here let me close this one and also close that stuff. Okay, so here you can see we'll have a div that is actually for product info. We'll apply some css, so that's a class name. We'll have flex, and we'll make it by default flex column. Okay, so inside it, look, if I break down the design, here you can see, let me change this color for a little bit. At first, here you will have the product name. Okay, so it will be product name, then we'll have the pricing. Okay, so this is currency, then we'll have the dollars, sorry, stars and stock in. Then we'll have the color selection panel and size selection panel, then quantity selection panel, and then add to cart button. So this is the design what we're gonna make. Okay, so at first let me do this on. So here what you will do, inside it, inside this div, we will just, let me add a comment. So product title and price, okay, something like this. For this we'll have a div. Inside this we'll have, for example, h1 or 2 is okay, for example h1, and here we'll just display our product name. Okay, so that's why product dot name. Okay, so right now if you back to your design, you can see this is the product name. And after then what next, we can have to style it for a little bit. We can do very simple and minimal design. We'll have text for Excel, font bold, text gray 900, tracking tight. Okay, and margin bottom 4, and right now it's perfect. Okay, then after then the next thing is that we'll have to design the pricing. Okay, so for then after this we'll have another div, and inside it we'll have a p tag. Okay, so here we need to pass our product price, so product dot price, and we will use two fixed so that we can only display two decimal point. So two fixed 2. Here for this paragraph, let me design it. We will simply say our product price will be text for Excel, font bold, and we will also color it gray, for example 800, something like that. And right now if you back here, you can see this is something like this. Okay, after then we need dollar sign, so here actually we can just add a dollar sign. So then next thing is that we'll have a span tag, and this span will render product dot currency. Okay, so now if you back here, you can see this is here. After then what we will do, we will target this div and simply make it flex, and then we will define item baseline. That means it will maintain, look, when we apply baseline, look here what happened, it will maintain the below baseline, look. So this is actually item baseline. Okay, so let me style here a little bit. We'll have text LG, then font normal, and by default text gray 500. Okay, so I think this is perfect. We can make it 900. After then here we need a little bit gap, so gap will be 3. So if you now check your website, you will have this. Okay, perfect. If it's too much gap, you can just reduce it. You can just, for example, use gap on for now, and now it's much perfect. Okay, after this the next thing is that we'll have to define this static and the preview. Okay, so that's why here after this div we will say margin bottom 6. So that's why we'll close this div, and after then we'll have to provide rating provider. Okay, rating rating provider. So for this rating provider we'll have div. Inside this div we will have another div, and now here we will have some styling. We'll have class name, we will just say this is flex, item center, and then gap of 2 and margin bottom 6. And inside this div we will have class name, and we'll have flex item center. And then what we will do, we need actually 6 star, sorry, 5 star. So that's why we'll have curly braces, then we'll have array of dot 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 array of 5, then we will every time map it dot map, then we'll omit the first element, so we'll have only index here. After then we'll have arrow curly braces, and inside this we have to pass a svg. Okay, or you can provide any icon. For example, you can just fi star icon star fi star icon, something like this. And right now if you back here, you will see this star icon, and if I refresh here, you will see something like this. The key props should be passed here, so let me pass key props. Key will be our index. Okay, key will be index. Now if you're back here, you will have all of this star, and you can just styling that. For example, you can just define class name, or you can just fill it will be YOLO, something like this. And now you can see it's actually YOLO. So this is actually not working perfectly. We can have class name, we'll have for example w6 a6, and we'll have busy amber 300 is perfect for now. Okay, no busy amber 300, we can just say this is actually text amber 300. And right now you can see we'll have text amber 300. To fill it, actually we can have how to fill it. We can have, for example, fill amber 300. Now you can see it's now filled it. And then we actually in our product data, look, in our product data we don't actually have the reviews amount, so that's why here we will just we will just define our review statically. For example, we'll have a span, and we'll say it will be 120 reviews, and right now you can see 120 reviews. So review sections is okay, and we will have a pipeline. For example, we take another span, we'll have a pipeline, and after then we can have class name text gray 300, and after then we'll have another span, and that's say in a stock, in a stock, stock stock. Okay, perfect. We'll just do a little bit styling here, that is actually text sm size, text green 600, and font medium. Perfect. So if you now check your website, you will have this. Okay, after then what next? Actually, after then we'll have to show the display of the description. That's why after then, after this rating provider, we'll have product description, and here we'll have another div, and now we'll have a p tag. We will just say this will be product dot description. Okay, something like this, and we need to have style it. For example, we have margin bottom 8. We will target this paragraph, and same the text will be base, then we'll have leading 7, so this is actually line height. After then we'll have text gray 600. Okay, it's very common styling for this description. And finally, after then what next? Actually, we have to focus on these sections. Look, we'll have to focus on this section. Okay, this is actually product action sections, and that means here we'll have options, we'll have add to cart. Okay, let me add these sections also. Okay, so in the next video actually we are going to design our product action sections. So here now we will have to keep our product actions, and it includes options, add to cart, and highlights. Okay, so that's why here we will add a comment. The comment is actually product actions, and inside it actually we will have to create a new component. Inside this component folder we will create a new file, and that would be product actions. Okay, something like this, and then it will be tsx rafc react arrow functional component, and we'll have to import it here. So that is actually product actions, and let me pass our product information. So that's why here we will pass product, and that would be the product information. Okay, so right now as we pass the profs here, we will have to receive it from here. So we will have curly braces and receive it here. So after then what next, we will have to define type definition, and that's why here we will have interface product action profs, and that would be simply here we'll have our product product, and the type will be product type. So that is imported from actually at the rate / product. Okay, and now we will use these profs here. So it's very easy as you just see it. Then here actually we need some use state. The some use state is because of here we'll have to get the colors. So we will need to change the colors. So that's why we need use states for selected colors, and we'll have selected size, and we'll have quantity. So this is actually dependent. So that's why we'll have initial value and we'll set value that on that. So that's why here we will simply define use states, and that is actually use state. Let me import it, and here what you will do at the beginning, it will be the first one is actually for selected color, and that is actually set selected color. Okay, the use state value will be inside product. We will have colors. Okay, we'll have colors, and if colors available, we will simply get the first element of the color. It will be auto selected. Okay, so we can just define some types here. We can have types here. By default it will be string types, or it will be undefined. Okay, something like this. So this is the first use state we have defined here. Then we'll have any others dependencies. For example, for selected size, it will be a similar thing. Selected JD and set selected size, it will be the same thing. We'll have product.sizes, then the first element of this product size. Okay, something like this. And after then we need another one that is actually for quantity. So that is actually quantity, set quantity, and we will define the default quantity is 1. Whenever you visit, the quantity by default selected 1. Okay, so next thing is that, look, we need to change this. For example, here when you click, look, it's actually changing. Here this color is changing. If you add quantity, it's actually changing. So that's why we need a handler function, okay, to change the selection. So that's why here we'll have const handle selection change. Okay, something like this, and it will be a arrow function. Let me define this arrow function, and this arrow function will receive selections. Okay, selections, and this will be some types here. For example, it will just text, colors, sizes, and quantities, these three things. And inside it actually what it will check, at first it will take if, and here if selections dot color then is not equal undefined, that means there is an value. So if there is a value, what you will do, you will just set it to the set selected colors. Okay, then we will have another if condition, or we can say another if condition. If size, then we will set selected size. If quantity, then we will set selected quantity. That means we will have all of this stuff completed here. Okay, so this is our handler function. So right now we will have to focus on our designing, and for this actually here we will take a empty dependency. So sorry, empty fragment, and here at the beginning we will have product option. We will have product options. Okay, and now what you will do, you will take a div, and this div will have a class name that is actually margin bottom 8, and inside it we will take a new component. We will have a component like product option, product product option. So options dot tsx. Look, this one is actually action, and this one is actually for options. Okay, so here we'll have rfc reactor functional component, and we'll import it from here. So product options. Okay, options, let me import it, and inside this actually we'll have to pass profs. The profs is actually, the first profs is actually product, and this will be product, and then our on selection change, and that will be our handle selection change, this function. Okay, we'll pass this as a profs. So if we pass this as a profs, what next actually, we'll have to receive it as usual. So that's why here in this we'll have to receive it. Let me define curly braces, and here we'll have product at the beginning, then we'll have a comma, and that is actually on select change. Okay, on select change, and if you need, you will have to just define the interface of it. So here we'll have interface, and that is actually product options profs, and these will have two things. First one is product, and product will be type product. Look how we reuse our type definition. Okay, so first one is actually product, the second one is actually on selection change, this on selection change, and this on selection change has multiple options. So that's why here we can make it optional checking, and here we can simply say it will be a void function. The function returned nothing actually. Look, this is a function, this is a function, this is no return statement, so that's why this is a void function. Okay, so here what you will do, look, here we will have selections, and inside these selections we will have several values. For example, we will have color, string, then size, quantity. Okay, number, all of this stuff. And next thing is that what you will do, we will have to pass our profs here. So that is actually this product options profs. After then, or next, after then inside it we will have to define several user state again. Okay, so what you will do here, we will have const, we will have selected color, and set selected color, the same ways we will have here. Okay, we will have the same thing here. After then, what we will have to do, here actually the next thing is that max quantity, we will define const max quantity, and max quantity will be product stock. Or here we'll just define a default value, that is actually 99. Okay, then we need to change the color. So here we'll have const handle change color, or we can simply say handle color change. change, and this will be, for example, for changing colors, it will receive color, and that is actually string value. Then here we can have, for example, set selected color, and we'll have on change. And to make it reusable, we can have another functions. Here we can have const notify change, and it will be something like this type of function. We'll have curly braces, and inside these actually we will have to pass for example, color will be a string or null. Then we will have size will be a string, size will be a string or null, any will null. And lastly we will have qty, that means quantity, and quantity will be number. Okay, something like this. And inside it actually we'll have if, and it will be on selection change, and here we will have to define color will be the color it will have or undefined. Then we will have size and quantity. Okay, so here what's the issues, actually it will be inside actually, let me cut it. We'll have on selection change, and we'll have object. Okay, inside this we'll have all of this property. Okay, a quantity is maybe, here quantity is a number, and it says it's actually quantity doesn't have type matched. Okay, so that is actually, it will be not qtn, it will be quantity quantity. Okay, so right now it's perfect. And after, then here we'll call this notify change, and inside this notify change we will have color, then selected size, then quantity. Okay, something like this. Selected size is the error which actually for, so undefined is not assignable. So this actually is undefined. Why it's undefined, let me get it. So it's undefined because here we just defined here undefined. Instead of undefined we can use null value, so that means no, or here we'll have null. Okay, null, null, and we'll do it for the same. Okay, we'll have the same thing here, and right now the issues has gone. Okay, after then by the same way we will have for actually side chains and other stuff. We'll have const, so handle side chains, chang chains, it will be size, will have curly braces, the size will be string, and we'll have the same thing. We'll have set at the beginning, we'll have set selected size, then notify change, and here we'll pass selected color, size, and quantity. And lastly we need to have the quantity change, handle quantity change, and inside it we'll have set quantity and we'll notify change. So that is actually, here notify change will be, we'll have set quantity, but we need to do a little bit calculation here. For this we'll do, for example, const clamped quantity quantity, and we'll calculate it by using math.max. We'll have minimum 1, and we'll have new quantity and our max quantity and our quantity. Okay, So after then, what next? Actually, after then we will pass this quantity, and lastly we will have set notify, and we will have all of this stuff done. Next thing is that we will have to design it. Now we are focused on this design here. For designing here, we will take a class name, and right now we'll have a space y, and that would be by default 8. Then we will have border top, and we'll define some border color, border gray. 200 is fine, and padding top 8. Okay, something like this. Now if you back here, you will see this error because we are using use state, so that's why we'll have to make it client component. So here we'll have to keep it use client, and obviously we'll back to here, we'll have use state, so we'll also make it use state. Okay, use state. So if you now back here, you see this is the border we have just did it here. Okay, we have just did it here, and after this border, what you will do inside it, actually we need for color selection. So for color options, we will have curly braces, and we'll say product dot colors, and if product dot colors have, then we'll check the length of the products. So product dot colors dot length, 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 and is greater than 0, then we will use AND operator, and here we'll have parenthesis. Inside this we'll have div, inside this div we'll have another div, and this div will say it will be class name, we'll have flex, and we'll have item center, justify is start, and then we'll have margin bottom 4. So right now inside it we will have to keep our label. So label will be for actually color, we don't need HTML font here, we can simply say it's actually for color. Okay, so color, right now if you check, you will have color, and now we will have to just define this type of colors. Okay, but before that, inside this, look, after this level, we will have to present this information, so that's why here what you will do, so here we'll just define a curly braces, we will say selected color. If selected color, then we will take a span tag, sorry, not synapses, it will be span, span tag, and inside this span tag we'll have parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we will have curly braces, and we'll say selected color. And right now if you back here, you can see by default the black is selected. Okay, and we need to adjust some styling here. Let me do a styling here. We'll have class name, we'll say this will be block, then we'll have text base, then we will make it font semi bold, after then text gray 900, and margin right 2. Okay, something like this, and here we target this span, and we will add text sm, then we will have font medium, then we will have text gray 600, text gray 600, something like this. And now if you back here, you will have this perfect. So after then, what you can just do, after then you can have to just render your color on this below. So that's why what you will do, you will simply just after this div we'll take another div, and here we'll also make it class name, we'll have to define it flex, we will define flex verb, then we will just define gap of 3. Okay, and inside it what you will do, you will map the product color. Okay, so product color dot map, and every time we will get the color. So after then what you will do, after then we will have curly braces and we will have to return. What we will return, we will return for example a button. Okay, we will return a button and say for example this button, we will have several values. For now let me define color. Okay, btn, something like this. Now if you back here, you will see we'll have all of this color button. So now we need to style it, so that's why we need some color values. So here after this function we will have to paste this. So this is actually a get color function, and this function will take a color name. So we'll have several type of color, and based on this we will actually design who is available color here. So that's why here the thing is that we will simply look after this curly braces. Here we will simply say is selected, is se selected, and we will define the selected color value equal color. So that means the color is selected, and here we'll have a variable that is actually const color value, and we will call our get color function that we just define below. So this is our get color function, and we'll pass our color. Okay, so that means it will just get the color, and after then what next. So the thing is that inside this button we will have a key prop. So key is color, then we will have on click, and we'll say it will be a anonymous arrow function. Arrow function, and here we'll just call handle color change, and we'll pass the color. After then what next, we'll have class name, and we'll define dynamic class name. So that's why curly braces backtick, and here we'll just define it will be group, then we will have relative, then we can have flex item center, and we'll have something like this. We'll define some colors for the css, and after all of this stuff we'll just add style, and for styling we'll have double curly braces, and inside it actually we'll have color value. Okay, sorry, we can have something like this. Let me do this. We'll have style, and after then we'll have color value, color value, and this color value will be based on curly braces. We'll have background color value, and we'll have here we'll have something like this. It will be undefined. Okay, let me just customize it. We'll have undefined. So something like this is okay, and after then what you will do, it's perfect, we don't have to do anything. But if you see, we'll have this type of thing. Okay, we'll have this type of thing. Look, it's actually perfectly working. So you can just remove this text. So right now if you see, you can see the selected color is now says here. Okay, perfect. If you check another, here you can see, look, perfect, everything is working perfect, but we need more customizations options. Here what you can do that. So here we will define curly braces, and we will check if not color value, what you can do, you can have a and operator, and inside it you can have a span tag. Then you will say inside this span we'll have curly braces color dot character at that means char right, and we will define 0 and uppercase. Okay, that's fine. And we will just style it here. For example, we will have class name, we will define dynamic class name, and we'll have backtick, and inside this we'll have text extra small xs, then we'll have font semi bold, then we will just define it dynamically, so that's why is selected. And we will say if it's selected, we will have text gray 900, otherwise 900, otherwise we'll have colon, we'll have text gray 700. Okay, perfect. And after then actually you can see we will have this, but after then we can have a SVG icon inside this span element. We can have a SVG icon. Okay, so after this curly braces, what next? After this curly braces, the thing is that we'll have to check another thing. Okay, so after then here we'll have another curly braces and we'll check is selected, and then we'll have and parenthesis. Inside this we'll have another span, and we will just keep a SVG here. So something like this, let me format this. We will just provide a SVG, and after then you can see this is actually the check mark. Okay, so whenever you just change, you will have the selected check mark. So right now you can just add some styling on this span. The span will be this is actually absolute, will have inside 0, then flex items center, justify center. Okay, something like this. And after then you will see this is perfectly working. So I hope you understand how you can make this type of styling. Okay, so I think this is perfect. And after then what next actually? So if it's all working perfectly, you will have to do for others stuff. The next thing is that we'll have size. Okay, the next thing is that we'll have sizes. So to do that, let me close this on. We'll have to close these on. Where is this colors? We'll have to close these on. And after then the next thing is that we will add another comment, that is actually size selection, and it will be almost same. We'll have to paste it here, and instead of colors it will be sizes, and here also be sizes. After then we will have sizes, and we will have size. We will say, for example, let me keep it color for now, and if you back here you can see we will have nothing here. We don't have nothing here. So let me customize it. So for example, for the sizes, what you will have, for example, here instead of set selected color we'll have selected size. Okay, we'll have selected size, and we'll say this is actually selected size. Okay, now we need to have still customization here. What you will do, we'll map it. Instead of this we'll have size, and after then what we can do, that we can have to do here is selected. Let me remove this color value, we don't need this. Okay, we'll have selected size, and that is actually similar to the size. Okay, which will have this customization. We'll say this is actually size. After then we'll have handle size change, and we'll pass size here. Okay, perfect. And after then we don't need to do this type of styling. We'll remove that. Perfect. Then here the CSS will be a little bit changed, something like this. Let me keep it something like that. But instead of all of these stuff, we don't need this color change. We'll have to remove it, all of this stuff. We will only inside this button we will only keep size. Okay, something like this. Now this is actually not showing here. Why it's actually not showing? Let me, sometimes it will be uh, cached, so I will just rerun this again. Sorry, npm run dev, and for now I think why this size is not available. For example, product dot sizes length, maybe it's is the product size is available. Let me check with another one. Here we'll have, okay, look, it's available. The first one, this for this image, it's actually there is no size. Here there is no size, so that is actually not working. But for now, if we just customize the product.ts, for example, yeah, the size is not available here. We can add some sizes, uh, sizes, and say some sizes like, let me do that type of size here, keep it. And now you can see, if you go there, you will have all of these sizes. Perfect. I think it's perfect. um, you can just select all of these stuff, but there is something you can need some styling on it, but I think it looks much better. So I think it's perfect right now. Or wherever it's actually selected, you can just add some background color. So when it's selected, and say, let me define some background color, busy amber 15. Okay, it's not much better. Busy, maybe amber 100. Okay, much better. Let me, uh, we can have remove this focus, so it will be much better for now. Look, this is selected, everything is working perfectly. And the thing is that here we need to change the label. The label is actually for sizes, and you can see this is available sizes. Okay, perfect. um, this sections is perfectly done. And after then, the next thing is that what you will have, you will have the quantity section, and we will design this right now. And it's the very similar thing. We will have to just do the thing is that it's very similar thing. I hope you can do that, but let me show you how we can do that. Okay, after then, here we'll have um, the say is that we will have quantity selection, quantitative selection. And for this, it's actually the same thing. For example, we'll take a div, and inside this div we will copy, for example, this div. And right now we'll have quantity, quantity, quantity. And now if you back here, you will see the quantity is available. So label quantity, and we'll pass quantity, and here it will be quantity. Okay, then now you can see quantity is here. So now you have this quantity, and now for this quantity, actually we need to do some changes here. We will have to display, actually after this quantity we'll have to also check available stock. So that's why after this span, you can just go outside of this. After this span, we will have product dot stock, and here we will have another span. So we'll have product is pen. Okay, so right now we will have something like this. Okay, so this is much better for now. We can just remove this. We don't need this. We'll have something like this. And for dots, actually we can use a asterisk sign here. So something like this, we'll have a asterisk sign, and we'll keep this stock after this. Okay, something like this. I think it's now perfect. You can see we'll have stock. Okay, so after then what you can do, so after then you can have something like this. The thing is that here we don't need all of this stuff. We don't need all of this stuff. I just take this button and remove all of this stuff, and here we'll have, for example, its item center gap 4, and we'll paste our button here. The we don't need to have any key props here. And now instead of this, what you will do here, we'll have three things. Actually look, we'll have actually a minus button, a input field, and a plus button. So that's why at the beginning here we can have to take the minus icon. You can just let me change it. For example, it will be handle quantity change, and it will be quantity minus 1, quantity minus 1. And here we'll say this will be, for example, we don't need this actually for now, and here we can have minus. Now you can see here we'll have minus. Look, it's actually just minus, but we need to disable it so that it will not receive negative value. So disable will be quantity is less than or equal 1. So that means you cannot select it minus value. So you cannot select it minus value. So now instead of this type of thing, you can just remove this rounded. Instead of this, we can have rounded empty. Now you can see you will have this type of thing. Look, this is our minus button. If you need to just define more, you can just remove it. You will have this type of thing. You can just add some padding p2. Now we will have this, but this is actually not the appropriate design. I think I will go back to the previous sections, and I think it's okay. It's up to you. You can just design more likely something like this. I just show you the approach. You have to do that other system. So after this button, what you need to do, you will have a input. You will have a input, and this input will be in type number. Then what you will do, inside it will have a minimum value. So that is actually mean value will be 1. We'll have max value will be max quantity. Then we will have value will be quantity. And now the next thing is that we'll have on change, and on change will be a callback, and that will receive an event. Okay, and it will be handle quantity change. Inside it we will pass, what you will pass, you will say parse int, parse int. We'll have to integer the value. Then inside it we'll have e dot target dot value. Otherwise we will have a default value 1. So right now you can see we will have default value 1. You need to have to style something like this, so you can have some class name, and right now you can see this is more likely. Okay, so after then what you will do, after then you can simply copy this button and you can just paste it here. Instead of minus, it will be plus, and here we will just define the quantity will be plus, and here the max will be is not greater than max quantity. Okay, so right now you can see this is okay. So let me refresh it. This button is there, you can just look, this is working. You can just reduce it, but handle increase quantity is not working. Why it's actually not working? Here we have to just greater than it. So right now you see you can just increase it, decrease it. Okay, so after then you can have to adjust the styling a little bit, because here on this input actually we'll have to use height will be 16. Now you can see it's much bigger. So what you can do, you will have to use the same width and height. So for example w10 is 10. Okay, now much better. Look, I think it's now perfect. It's now perfect. You can increase or decrease it. You will just style more by using several icons. You can use, for example, let me try it. If I minus icon, let me close it. Now I think we'll have minus icon, and let me find if I plus icon, and right now if you use icons you will have something like this, much better. And for these actually we can have, for example, 16 for a bigger quantity. So the design is now much better. We'll have all of this stuff look perfect. After then the next thing is that we need a add to cart button and buy button. Okay, so this is the next thing, we'll have to do it. So now at this point we'll have to just design our add to cart and buy now button and that options. Okay, so for doing that, what we will do, I will close that stuff, and in our product actions here we'll have a div for the product option, and after then we'll take another div. Okay, we'll take another div and we'll say this is add to cart section. Okay, something like this. And here we'll have a div, and inside this div we will at the beginning, let me say here class name, will define a space y4, and then margin bottom 8, and inside it actually, look, inside it we'll have a add to cart button, add to cart. Okay, add to cart button. So we don't have the button design yet, we'll have to design this button. Let me copy it, and inside this component folder we will have to create a new component. So add to cart button .tsx rafce reactor functional component, and now simply import it from here. Okay, let me import it, and inside it we'll have to pass some information. At first we'll have to pass product, and we'll pass our product. Then we'll have to provide selected color, selected size, and quantity. So we'll have to pass all of these stuff, and after then what we can do that. So as we pass it, we'll have to receive it from here. We'll have product, then we will have selected color, then selected size, then we will have quantity. Okay, so we'll receive all of this stuff from here. We will have to make a interface. So this is actually cart button props, and inside it we'll have to just target all of this stuff. Let me, this product will be product type from actually types, then we will have all of these stuff. Okay, so after then what actually next, we'll have to look here, we'll have this, we'll have to design it. So for designing this, the thing is that what we can do here, we'll have pass the props. Let me pass these props at true cart button props, and after then inside it actually look, as we're just working, let me design the button. At the beginning we'll have the button, button button. This button is add to cart, add to cart. Okay, so this is the button. And here look how this button is working. We'll have add to cart and we'll have added to cart. Okay, so this type of thing will have add to cart and we'll have added to cart, so something like that. So how to do that? So to do that, actually here we can have some css. For example, here okay, let me do that. We can simply have a text. We'll have use a state. What we can do that, for example, to implement add to cart, we will have to define a context so that we can get the add to cart information from there. Okay, so that's why let me go to create a context at the beginning, and then we will just move back to fix all of this stuff. So for doing that, we will close all of this stuff, and inside this src we will have a new folder that is actually context, text context. And inside this context folder we will have a cart context. Okay, dot tsx. Okay, so to make it at the beginning we'll say it will be client component, because here we need to have to use some client hook. For example, here let me create a interface at the beginning. Okay, I will have a interface, and interface is actually for cart context, cart context, text text props, or context type, something like this. And inside it, actually at the beginning we'll have items, and these items will be cart item. Okay, so let's define a types for this cart item. How you can do that? Here inside this types we will have a cart dot ts, and here we will have, for example, export type, that is actually cart item. And here we'll have product, and product type is the product type. After then we can have quantity, number, selected color, selected size. Okay, we'll have all of this stuff. And right now we will simply back here and use our new type definitions. That's actually cart item types, and it will be an array. Okay, so after then what need to do, we'll have add to cart. So it will be a function, so it will be a void function, and inside it, actually inside it we'll have few things. What you will have inside this, we'll have at the beginning we will have product, we'll say it will be product type. After then we'll have quantity, selected colors, and selected size, all of these stuff. Okay, so this is done. Next thing is that we'll have remove from cart, remove from cart. Okay, so this is actually again void, and inside it we will have to pass several things. So at first product id, after then we can have selected color, that will be a string, and it will be optional. Then we will have to provide selected size, and that will be string. and both of are string. Okay, something like this. And after then we'll have update quantity, update quantity. It will be also a void functions, and it will receive product id. So product id will be string, quantity, selected color, selected size, all of this stuff. Okay, so next thing is that we will have clear cart. It will be void. After then we will have get total items. So it will be function, and get total price, it will be a function that returns number. Okay, all of this stuff is fine. After then what we can do, that we need to create the context. We'll have const crt card context, and here we'll call create context from actually react. Create context from react, we have to import it. Look, we'll just import create context from react, and then inside it, actually inside this create context, we'll just define the type. So initially it will be undefined, and here we need to define the type. The type will be by default cart context type var. Will define a var, will have undefined. Okay, something like this. And after then what next, we will have to next define a provider. Okay, so we'll have export. We'll have a function that is actually card provider. You can use arrow functions, it's up to you. Const card provider will have something like this. Okay, so this function actually receive children. We will have curly braces, children, children, and the type is actually react node. Okay, react node. So it's actually not imported. Let me here react comma, and let me import react node. Okay, so why the children is not receiving react node? So let me fix it here. If it's not receiving something like this, what you will do, you will just define types here. Sorry, let me back a little bit. We'll have clone, then curly braces, children, and the type is actually react node. Okay, now it's actually perfectly working. So next thing is that the thing we'll have to do is inside it we'll have to define a use state. We'll have const, we'll have a use state for items and set items. It will be let me remove react. It will be use state. We'll have to import it, and the type will be cart item, and it will be by default empty. Okay, after then we'll have to write functions for add to cart. We'll have const add to cart, and it will be a function something like this, and this function will receive what it will receive. It will receive product, quantity, selected colors, and selected size. Okay, so inside it, how to calculate it? So inside it we'll have set items, and this will be a function. Okay, this will be a function. At first we need to get existing items index. So existing item index. Okay, so how to calculate it? So for this, actually, as we have this set items, inside it actually we will receive previous item. Okay, so previous item. So that's why here, based on the prev items, we'll have to check the find index, and after then every time we'll get item. So that's why here we'll have arrow And now what you will do, we will have item.product id, something like this. Let me why the error is happening. This is happening because prev items, let me check. Prev item void is not assignable to a parameter state. Okay, so here how you can just do that. Okay, it will be solved within a soon. Here we'll find index, and based on the product id we'll check if it's okay to product id, then selected color and size. Okay, so after then what next? After then here we'll have to check the existing item index. So we'll have this logic, will check existing item index is greater than 0, or you can just simply say something like this. Existing item is greater than or equal 0, then we'll have to update the items based on the previous items, and here we will simply update the item and return the items from here. After then we'll return prev items, all of this stuff. Okay, so this function is okay. And after then what next? After then, after this function is done, we'll have to write another function. So we'll have const remove from cart, and here it will be a function, also a function, and this function will receive product id, product selected color and selected size. Okay, and similarly inside it what we will have to do, we'll have set selected items, prev items, and that is actually something like this. Inside it we will have curly braces. We'll have to, for example, if we don't use curly braces, we can simply define prev item dot, we'll have to filter, every time we will get item, then we will simply return something like this not, and inside it at first we'll have to match the product id, then selected color and then selected items. Okay, selected colors and then selected items. Okay, we'll have some extra curly braces. Let me solve it. Okay, after then what next, we'll have to update quantity. So this function for update quantity will have the same way, we'll have something like this. It will be a function, and inside this we'll have to pass several things. So at first product id, product quantity, selected colors and all of these stuff. And again the same way we will have same thing, but before starting we'll check right now the quantity. If quantity is less than or equal 0, then we will simply something like this, we'll remove from cart and then we will return it. Otherwise if not, then set items, and here we'll receive prev item, here ev prev item, and every time it will be items, and every time we will have prev item dot map, and every time we will get item and do something like this. We'll have arrow, and here we'll have something like this. We'll say all of this stuff. So if product id is product id equal product id, product selected colors and selected match it, then we will return the item and quantity, otherwise the item. And after then, after this function what we will do, here we need to clear the cart. So here for clear cart we'll have to simply return, we'll have to simply return set items and it will be empty. Okay, after then we need to get the total items. So here we have get total items, and how you will do that, you will have to from here we'll have reducer, we'll use reducer and total item equal item plus quantity. Okay, total plus item plus quantity, and our initial value is 0. And lastly we need to get total price, and this is the calculation using use reducer, and then we'll have to return something. So return what to return, we'll have to return card context dot provider. Okay, something like this, and inside this we'll have to pass value. Okay, and the final thing is here we'll have children. Okay, the first value will be items, then first value will be items, then we will have, sorry, here we'll have another curly braces, we'll have items, then we'll have add to cart, then we'll have remove from cart, then we'll have update quantity, then clear cart function, then we'll have total items, total grades, and everything is perfect. So finally our context is ready, our context provider is ready, and then what we will do, we will have to keep a function. So use reducer. So this type of function will have const export export const, will have use cart. Okay, cart function, and this function will be something like this. Here we'll use the context, const, we'll have context, and the context will be use context, we'll have to import it from React, and inside it we'll just pass our cart context, and from here if this is undefined we'll throw an error, otherwise we'll return the context. So everything is perfectly done, and after that what we'll have to do, after that we will back to our add to cart button, and inside it here we'll have to get the information. So at first we need to get add to cart from use cart hook. Okay, we'll have to import the cart from use cart. Okay, and here we will check, so something like this. Here we'll have is added, is added, is added, and we'll have use state. We don't need to use React, we can directly import use state from React, and by default it will be false. And after then what we will have to do, we will have to define a function that is actually handle add to cart, and here we'll have simply something like this. We'll call our add to cart function, sorry, add to cart functions, and inside it we'll have to pass product quantity, selected color, selected size, and after then we'll say selected added true. Okay, that means we'll have something like this. And after then what next, here we now need to design the button. Here on this button we'll have on click, and this is actually handle click. Okay, handle add to cart, and inside it actually at first we'll have a span, and this span will check curly braces is added, then we'll have something like this. If it's added we'll have to just use a empty fragment, then we'll have another empty fragment, and inside this first empty fragment what you will do, you will say something like this. We'll have if I check. Okay, if I check, so and here we'll say close it. We'll say added to cart. Okay, something like this. And what you will have class name, will have size 5. Okay, otherwise inside it we'll have something like this. We'll say this will be fi shopping cart. Okay, something like this. And obviously we will do the same way. We'll have class name size 5. Okay, size 5. Perfect. And now if you back to here, you will have, so it's actually throwing an error. So use card must be used in a context provider. Okay, so it must be used in a context provider. Okay, so that means what we will have to do, look, we have defined we're using use cart. Okay, but it's actually not added to our root, so that's why we'll go to our layout, and inside here maybe we can use it. At the top we'll simply cut all of this stuff and we can just define, so cart provider, and we'll paste all of this information. And right now the error has gone. Look, here we have a button and you can see it's actually added, add to cart added. And if I refresh again, let me do, it's working perfectly. And now back to here, we'll have to add some information. The information is that add to cart. Okay, something like this. And now you can see we'll have this, we need to style this, so that's why here we'll have some class name, and the class name is that we'll just do it dynamically. So that's why curly braces backtick, and we'll have group group group. Then we'll have relative, we'll have w full, we'll have overflow hidden, then rounded lg, busy gray 900, px will be 8, py will be 4, we'll have font base, or text base, sorry, text base, font semi bold, and we'll have text white, we'll have transition all, duration 200, when someone hover we'll have busy gray, for example 900, something like this, 905. And now after then you can see we'll have this, so you can just say it will be busy gray 600, something like this. Okay, here not much padding. Okay, look, we'll have something like this, but still we need to have to design it. Let me, it's actually so little, we'll have for example 800, and after then when hover we can have shadow excel, and when over we can have some scale, so scl scale, and we'll add some customized scale, so that is actually 1.01. and I think this is perfect. And lastly we can add active, and when active we'll have a scale for example 0.99. okay, so I think it's perfect for now. And after then if you check you will have something like this. The next thing is that after then we will have to customize this class. Okay, so we'll have a span and we'll say this is actually relative, and we'll have z index 10, we'll have flex item center, justify center, and gap of 3. Okay, something like this. And right now we can see how much it's perfect. And if I reload, you can see add to cart. If you click here, add it to cart. Okay, so it's added to cart. And if here we have to define some logic disable, and we'll make it disable when already product is added. So that's why how you can just make it and say disabled when is added. Okay, so that means if it's added, then you cannot add again. Okay, so perfect. I have something like this, and after then I will skip some stuff. So it's a very basic design, you can have to do that. I will provide the source code, so you will implement this thing. It's not actually a big deal, you can just copy paste this. I will implement this logic function. Okay, so when you click, it will add the product, and you can see the product is here. And if you just click delete, it will move from the cart. So that means here, look, I have these options already. If you click here, it's added to the cart, but here you need to show this product to the cart page. So we will implement this feature on the next video. Okay, okay, so now look, we can avail to add to cart or product, but here when we open the sidebar, we'll have to show our product here. So how is it possible and how we can make that? So for example, let me back to our code, and here if I close all of this stuff, you'll see we'll have a cart sidebar, and here we'll have some few information. We'll have our hard-coded product. Then if it's open, we'll have this, and here you can see the logic. When you have no product, you will have the cart is empty, but when you have product, you can see we'll have a simple paragraph, the product is here, and you can see product is here. That means you will have product and you will have to render your product here. So to do that, how you can do that? Here we will have to get our product. We'll remove this, and the thing is that we'll get our product. To get our product, actually here we'll have const, we'll have object, and we'll get our product from use cart. Okay, so hook, we'll import it, and after then inside it we'll have to destructure. We'll have items, then we'll have remove from cart, we can have update quantity, then we'll have get total price, and we'll have clear cart. Okay, all of this stuff. So if you have all of this stuff, you can see still you will have the cart empty because we don't have any product. If you add, then you can see the product is here. So after then you can just here customize your cart items. So how you can do that? So to do that, let me do this section first. When you have product, what you will do? When you have product, that means you will have to map here. You can simply take a div and say, let me define class name. We'll have a space y4, and inside it we'll map our items. We'll have items dot map, and every time we'll have two things, item and index. Okay, then we'll have parenthesis, and the thing is that at the beginning we'll have div. This div will take a key props. This div will take a key props, and the key is actually, we can say this is index, no matter what, it's not actually important. And after then we can add some css here. Sorry, class name will have, say this is actually flex gap of 4, will have pv4, will border b, border gray 200, and last will be border 0. Okay, border 0. And inside it, actually what you will do, we'll keep link. Okay, we'll have to import link from next link, and inside this here we'll have a step. We'll provide our product slash, so that will be / product / curly braces. We'll have item dot, then item dot product dot slug, something like this. And inside it, what you will have few things. At first you will have product image. So how you can do that, let me import product image. Okay, we'll have product image, and this product image component will receive few things. At first it will receive src. So src will be something like this: item dot product dot image. Okay, something like this. Then we'll have alt alt will be product name, so it will be item dot product dot name. Okay, something like this. And after then it can have width will be, for example, 80. Okay, 80, and height will be 80. Then we will define class name will be w full is full and object cover. Okay, object cover. Then I think it's okay. We'll have fallback text, and that is actually product name. Okay, I can simply copy it and keep it here. Okay, perfect. And after then, if you back here and let me add to cart, and here you can see your bag is added here, and I think you can understand that. So if you have this, let me try to add another one. Here we'll have something like this. Look, it's perfectly working, though the image is actually need to be improved, but I think this is perfect. So the thing is that how to customize it. Here in this link we can have class name, and we'll say we'll have shrink 0, then we'll have w20 is 20, we'll have rounded lg, we'll have overflow hidden, and busy gray 100. Okay, something like this. Okay, now you can see the image is on shape. So after that image, what next? Look, after that image, if I have product, after that image you will have all of these stuff. So we'll have product information, colors, then quantity, all of this information. Okay, so after this link, what next? After this link we'll have a div. So I will take another div, and inside this div we'll have another link. And this link will have the same slug. Let me copy this href, and after then it will contain actually h3 will be product name. So item dot product dot name. Okay, and now you can see we'll have the product name here. If you have, let me add, the product name is here. So I think it's perfect. After this product name you can have, for example, let me add class name. Here we'll have on click, and we'll say on close. Okay, on close. Perfect. And we'll have class name will be block. Okay, why this is error? It is actually Okay, we don't need to define it. Okay, we'll just ignore that stuff. Okay, so after this history, you can just add some styling here. We'll have class name, we'll have text sm, font semi bold, text gray 900, and truecant. Okay, that means overflow hidden, text overflow ellipse. Okay, something like this. And right now if you added it, you can see this is perfect. Okay, and if you click, it will actually redirect to this page. So you can see here is the thing. So one thing is that we have a little thing here. The little thing is that when you just click this link, we need to just close it. So here one click should be on close. Okay, so function. So if it's something like this, okay, it's actually closing, and right now it's working perfectly. And after then, hot next, after then we'll have to show the information of colors and variant size. Okay, so that's why after this link, let me format this code. And after this link, what you will do, you will have something like this. Sorry, you will have something like this. We'll have item dot selected color or item dot selected size, and here we'll say something like this. We can have parenthesis. We'll close this parenthesis and we'll have and here we'll take a div, and this div will say inside it we'll have item dot selected color, and we'll say this will be a span tag. Sorry, a span tag, and we'll say the color is here. We'll have item dot selected color. Okay, something like this. Now you can see we will have selected color. You can just style it based on your need. So you can simply do that. What you will do, inside this div you will have class name, and that is very simple. We'll have margin top 1, we'll have text extra small, so xsm, then we'll have text gray 600, text gray 600. Perfect. And now you can see it's perfect. After then, what you will have, you will have to just show the size, and for doing that, here we can have something like this. We will say if item dot selected color and item dot selected size, then we will say something like this. We'll have a span, and this span will just a asterisk, and we'll simply say this will be class name, and this is mx2. Perfect. And now if you back here and see, you will have no things here, because these have maybe no colors. So you can see you will have white and you will have the asterisk here. Okay, so if you have this asterisk, or you can just have a full stuff, you can see we need this type of icon. Actually we'll have something like this icon. Which type of icon I should use? I'm very confused. uh, Aesthetic is fine for now, or you can just use the pipeline icon. Okay, it's much better. Okay, after then we'll have the same thing that we have here. We'll copy it and here we'll paste it, and instead of selected size we'll sorry, color, we'll have selected size, and here we'll say this is size, and items selected size. Okay, perfect. Now you can see it's actually selected size perfectly showing. After the selected size we'll have the cart quantity. I have already showed you how you can just do that here, so you will have to implement the same thing here. So I will skip this part for now because I have already shown you that thing. After this, all of this stuff, let me close this div. Just let me format this code, and I can just cart this, and can I keep it? Can I keep it after? No. Here inside this div, we can keep it this div. Okay, now if I check, maybe, but the design is not okay. It's actually not perfect. We'll have to just go back to the previous sections. Here it is perfect, but the thing is that here we can have justify between item. Here we'll have a div. We can have some styling. We'll say this will be maybe flex 1, and we'll say that will be max w or min w0. Okay, something like this. So we can simply min w0. So right now I think this will work perfectly. Okay, this is now aligned perfectly. Okay, so you can see this is working perfectly. And after then, what next? So if I add another product, let me add this product. So Excel size to quantity, add to cart, and now we can see we'll have the thing. If you have this thing, the thing is that we'll have to show the total pricing. Okay, so that's why we'll have the footer, and there you will have total pricing. And if you remove anything, you can see it's working perfectly. So now we'll have cart item, and after this cart item we'll have, probably, let me check, this is sidebar. After then, okay, cart item, and after then we'll have footer. Okay, so inside this footer we'll have to check if items dot length is greater than 0. That means we'll have item, and here we'll have take a div, and this div will calculate the total pricing. Okay, so that's why inside this div we'll have another div. Then this div will take a span and say total, and total will be we'll have another span, and this span will say it will be $sign, and we'll say we need to calculate the total. Okay, the total is here. Actually we'll have to get const total, and total is actually we'll have get total price. So we'll have something like this, get total price function, we'll call it, and then here we will use that total, and we will make it to fixed. Okay, to fixed to digit. Okay, right now you can see here you will have the total. Okay, you will have the total. So if you have the total, and see this is here on this bottom side, but you need to do little modifications. So here is that you will have to, let me check where it is. Okay, perfect. So you will have to do some styling here. We'll have class name, we'll say border top, then we will have border gray, 200 will have padding 6, space y4, and I think it's now perfect. And if you check it, you will have something like this. Okay, so the thing is that here on this div we'll have class name, we'll have flex, items center, justify between, text LG, then font B, bold, and text gray 900, perfect. And now you can see we'll have all of these stuff. After this total value, you can just say we need to proceed checkout button. So after this div we'll have another div, and here we'll just take a link, and this link will be say proceed CWD proceed to checkout, and here we'll have href, and the href is /checkout. Okay, something like this. We'll have, let me fix it. Okay, so now you can see here I will have a product on cart. You can see proceed checkout, and we need to style it. So how we can do that? So to do that, here on this link we'll have class name, we'll say this will be block, we'll have w full, we'll have text center, we'll have busy gray 900, text white, rounded LG, and font semi bold, perfect. And when hover we'll have busy gray 800, perfect. And transition on colors. Okay, now you can see we'll have this, but this needs some padding, so that's why here py will be 3, px will be 6. Now you can see much better. So after then actually we'll have another button for clear cut, and that's why after this link we'll have a button, and this is actually for clear cut. Okay, and on this button we'll have one click, and this is actually clear cut, and we'll have some css class name. We can keep the same css. Let me copy all of this stuff and keep it. Instead of busy, we can just say instead of background we'll have border. Okay, and text will be black. And now if you check, you will have something like this. Okay, we need to remove the background color. Okay, we need to remove this background color, and now we can see it's perfect. And when hover we'll have text color red, or you can just say busy red 500, and when hover text white. Okay, something like this. Now we can see it's perfect, but we need some spacing, so that's why here we'll target this div and say class name, and we'll have a space y2. Okay, a space y2. Now we can see it's much better. Okay, perfect. If it's too much glazy, we remove this color. If it's actually up to you. And look, let me click. If I click everything, the cart is empty. Okay, and if you it's actually not updated. Why? When it's actually working, let me show. If I click clear it should be updated. So that's why, because we need to customize the cart. Okay, so the cart actions button, where is the add to cart button, here will have disabled. Okay, we will disable, and it will be a little bit customization for this time. So the thing is that how to fix it. To fix it, here we'll have options. So when actually add to cart true, we can just use set timeout. Set timeout. Okay, so to keep it timeout, for example, it will be a callback, and it will be set is added will be false, and when it will be false, after actually 2 millisecond. Okay, now here I think it will work perfectly. Let me refresh it. If I click add to cart, and here again if I clear it, you can just again add to cart. Look, it's perfectly working. So the next thing is that we'll have to, when someone just click this proceed checkout, it will redirect to the checkout page. We'll have to implement it, and before that, here we need to fix this count. Okay, this is hard coded, and right now we'll have to fix it. So how to fix it actually? To fix it, here we'll go to the header, and here you can see we'll have hard coded quantity. So instead of hard coded quantity, what you will do here, we'll need to define cart quantity. It will be, actually we need to get the total cart. Here we'll have const, we'll just call use cart. Use cart, we'll call it, and we'll destructure get total items. Okay, and we will say if show cart, then we'll call get total items, otherwise it will be 0. Okay, something like this. And now you can see if you have a product added, let me refresh. Right now there is nothing. If you click here, it will be added. And now if you back to any page, for example here, if you click again, it will be added another product. If you click quantity, it will be increased. If you remove anything, it will be removed. And you can see right now 3 quantity. If you remove any of this quantity, you will see the quantity is now 2. Okay, so it's perfectly working. And if you click here or just clear this cart, the cart is clear and you have no thing here. So the thing is that in this next video, we'll have to click here and we'll have to design our checkout page. And the checkout page is very simple. We'll have our product summary here or order summary here, and we'll have payments summary. And I think it's actually similar like this. So this is almost similar. We can just do copy paste for these actually. Then we'll actually focus on our Stripe payment setting, because the UI is almost similar to this same UI. We'll have just rearrange it here. Okay, right now we'll have to make this type of checkout page, and if you visit /checkout, right now we don't have any pages. Okay, so to fix that, what you will do, let me close all of this stuff, and here we'll have to make a route. Inside this app we'll have checkout, and then we'll have inside it page.tsx. okay, rfc reactor functional component, it will be check out. Okay, checkout page, something like this. And now you can see this is your checkout page, and we'll have this type of similar designing, and that's why here at the beginning we will convert it to a use client hook. So because we'll use some interactivity here, because we'll have a button, so it will be use client. Okay, so at the beginning we'll import router, const router, and it will be use router. Okay, from actually next navigation, don't from next route, it will be next navigation. Okay, be sure that on. After then we need our cart information, so that's why we'll have object, we'll have to import use cart hook. Okay, then we will destructure. What we'll do, we'll have to destructure item, we'll have get total price, get total price, updated quantity, remove from cart, and all of this stuff we need to destructure. After then we'll have some use state. So that is actually for loading purpose. We'll have by default false, and here we'll say this will be loading, and that is actually set loading. Okay, something like this. Then we'll have to just get the error, so that's why we'll have error or error and set error, and that is actually another use state, and by default it's also false. Okay, perfect. And after then we'll have to get the total. The total is actually, so get total price, we'll have to call this function. After then we'll have use effect. Okay, we'll have use effect hook, and this hook will receive a callback function. Okay, and then a empty dependency. So inside this callback we will check if items dot length is equal 0, then we will say this will be router dot push, and we'll push to the root directory. Okay, otherwise here, as we using these actually items, will have our dependency is actually items and router. Okay, these two things. And finally we need to have a on click. Whenever you just click this button, so that's why here we'll have a on click. That is actually, for example, handle check out. Okay, it will be async function, something like this. We will implement the logic later for this function. Okay, so we'll just implement the logic later for this function. And lastly we will have a if block. We can just add a to do. So implement logic later. Okay, and here we will check if items dot length equal 0, we will simply say return null, null. Perfect. And now if you see your website, if you click here add to cart, and if you go there, click this proceed checkout, you will reduce to there. So the thing is that whenever you click here, it will actually not closing the button. I click that button, but this is actually not closing, this interface is not closing. So we'll have to do a little bit adjust. So the adjusting is that what you have to adjust whenever you click this link. So where is actually the button, proceed checkout button, where is let me go to component. Here we'll have add to cart button. So this is not actually, we'll have cart sidebar here. Actually when we have click this link, we'll close it by using a on click event. So on close, on close close. So right now if you now click it, it will be closed and you will redirect to the checkout page. So perfect. So after then actually I will just skip this design part because it's the similar design that we will have, almost a similar design. Look here, the information total price, and this total price is same. It's actually a card designing, and I will skip this part and I hope you will understand. So the thing is that here on this page I will replace it. So you will find the source code and you can just easily replace it by doing this way. So what you will do here, you will need to import link, then we have to import product image, then we'll have to import some icons, from icons library, react icons, then okay, after then handle checkout. So let me, we'll fix that. We'll have this perfect, and this handle checkout, maybe I did, but it's actually not there. Okay, so there are some little typing mistakes, so I think everything is okay. So now if you just add to cart any item and go to check, you can see the design is completed. So if this design is completed, let me add another product. We'll have this product. I will choose this color variant. uh, let me choose this color variant. I will just close that one, and if you click again, you can see here is the thing. You can increase it. If you increase, the price will be increased. Again, look, the price is working perfectly. If you remove, this item will be removed. So now if you click proceed checkout, we will have to just redirect to Stripe. Look, we'll have to redirect to Stripe, and then will have to complete the payment. So how you will do that? So for doing that, you will have to just define a API routes, and you can do it inside Next.js, because Next.js is a full stack framework. So how you can do that? Inside this app, we can have a folder that is actually for API, and inside this API folder you can just define all your API routes, and we are working with checkout, so that's why we will say this will be checkout. Okay, and inside this checkout we will have a route.ts. okay, what we will have? We will have a route.ts, route, route.ts file, and here we'll have to do a post request. So that's why we will have export async function, and the function name is, we'll do post request, and it will be received the type request type request request type, and that is actually next request next request from it will came from next server. Okay, inside it we will have to keep a try catch. Okay, try catch fine. And the thing is that we need to install Stripe on our project, and we have to set up our Stripe accounts. So you will go to Stripe, Stripe, then you will have to log into your accounts. If you don't have, you will create an account, and now let me log in. Okay, after login, you can see a new sandbox account is created. If you need another one, you can just create a new account. So add a create account. So look, let me click this create account, and here you will just write your account name. For example, so next commerce, commerce. Okay, this is our project name or something. You can just say next e-commerce. Okay, something like this, and then you will click create. Okay, so the thing is that from here it will be redirect to your accounts, and here you can just skip for now, because we're just using it for a demo purpose. Go to the sandbox, and the thing here, what you will have need, actually the thing is that here we need our secrets and next secrets and the other stuff. So what you will do, here you can see you will have the publishable API key secrets and your secrets key. You will need this. You will find this on the developer mode, and here and see API keys. Under this API keys you will find that. Okay, also you will find that. So you need this publishable key and the secret key. So this is the value. So how to define it? So for defining these, actually what you will do, for example, let me define, we'll copy this, and here on the root of the application you will just create a dot env dot local. Okay, and after then here we'll simply paste publishable key. Let me format it a little bit. Key, we'll just make it something like this. You can say we can keep it uppercase, or here you can just do a little bit customization. For understanding, we can say next underscore pub public underscore stripe underscore publishable key. Okay, you can just format it. You will have to make it uppercase, so that it will be just see look or better. You will press Ctrl Shift P and make it transform to uppercase. You can just search transform and you can see transform to uppercase, and here you will just pass your secret. So publishable secret is this secret. You will copy it and inside a string you will paste it. After then you will have this secret. So this is your Stripe secret key. So we will have to copy it and say stripe underscore secret key, and here I just look here. I don't use next public. Next public. Whenever you add this prefix and next underscore public, this prefix actually make it public on local client side. But whenever you just use this type of thing without the next public, it will be more secured and it will be not available on front end. Okay, it will be server side rendering. So here we'll also transform it. So let me make it uppercase, and here what you will do, you will have to copy the secret key and paste it here. So we'll have publishable key and secret key from the Stripe. And the thing is that to work with a Stripe you can have to install a Stripe. So let me get the command that is actually install stripe. Okay, we will go there, and here's the documentation. The thing is that we will use it on SDK. For example, let me here npm install this type of installations. So what you will do, you can simply install stripe.js. Let me copy it. I will open the terminal and let me paste it. We will install Stripe and we'll also install the Stripe. Okay, so let me go to SDK. Where is actually, okay, this is the command again, install Stripe. So I just install Stripe.js at the red Stripe /Stripe.js. we need also install Stripe. Okay, we need to install these two things. So you can pause this video and write the same thing and you will have to install it. Okay, after this installation, what you can do here, you can back here. So what you can do, you can just back here, and inside this try we can have to receive body and say this will be, we will have to await and say request. From this request we will have to convert it to JSON so that we will get the proper object from it. And after then we will destructure the item. So we'll have to pass items and we'll receive this from body. Okay, so how this item is here, look, the item is here because whenever you have this handler, from this handler functions you will pass the information. So you will pass the information. Okay, so how is it possible? Look here, whenever you work on the checkout, at the beginning you will check if items dot length equal 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 0, then you can simply set error and say your cart is empty, your cart is empty empty. Okay, it's actually not be a boolean, it will be empty string. Okay, we'll make it a empty string. After then we'll simply return it. Okay, return from here. And after then, after if there is an product, what you will do, we'll make it set loading true at the beginning. Okay, true. And then also make set error null. Okay, null null. After then, so I think here, instead of this hard coded string, we can say it will be null. So the problem still have problems. So you can see, let me define the types. So here the type definition will be string or null. Okay, or null. So on pipeline. Okay, now it's solved. And after then, what you will do, after then we'll have a try catch. Okay, inside this try block we'll have to request it. For example, here we'll have const response response, we'll have await. So await will have fetch API and it will fetch our API. So our API is this API, look API forward slash checkout. Okay, so this is our API. So the thing is that here we'll have to call forward slash API forward slash checkout. Okay, so the exact same name we have here. If you need, you can just simply copy this, so otherwise you will hit incorrect place. Okay, so after then here we'll have to pass method will be post method. Okay, this will be post method. After then we'll have to pass the headers will be, for example, headers will be content type type, and that is actually application application forward slash json. And after then we'll have to pass the body. This body is actually, we'll have to convert it to stringify, json dot stringify, and inside it we'll pass the item. Okay, the items. So look, these items will be received here. Okay, so this item will be received here. So that's why I hope you can understand where from these items is coming. So after these items, what next? So after defining these items, if these items is available here, we can just checking it if dot items, if not items, or we just do extra checking, or items dot length leng test length is equal 0. It's actually for extra checking. We can say return next response from next server, and here we can just pass error. For example, here we'll have object and we'll say error will be no items in cart. Okay, something like this. Otherwise, what you will have, you can have comma and say we will have status 400. Okay, so what's the error I have made here? Let me, if not items or items length equal 0, len gts length equal 0, and the issues is that next response we'll have to remove it. Let me do it again. Returned next response. Here we will have error, and the error is mm, no items in cart. Okay, why the error? It says value type of next response is not callable. Do you mean by new? Okay, so got it. Here we can simply call new next response. Here error does not a type. Okay, the issues maybe I got. Okay, the issues is that we'll have to convert it to JSON, then we can just pass it. Okay, after then we'll have a status will be 400. Okay, something like this. And if this is okay, then we'll have to create a line items for Stripe checkout. So that's why here we'll have const line items. Okay, and here we'll have items dot map. Every time we will get item, it will be any type, and then we'll have something like this. We'll have parentheses, we'll have curly braces, and here we'll have price underscore data. We will define currency, currency. Currency will be item dot product dot cu currency to lowercase LOWER lowercase. Okay, after then we'll have product underscore data, and here we'll have the product informations. So name will be item dot product dot name. Then we will have description will be item dot product dot description. Then we can have images, and that is actually item. Let me copy this item dot product. This is very common. Dot images or item, or it will be an array. Item dot product, sorry, item dot product dot image. Okay, something like this. And after then we can have actually unit underscore amount, unit unit amount. And the unit amount is, we'll have to calculate it using math.round. And then inside this item dot product dot price, and we'll have to just multiply it to $100. Okay, so that means we are calculating it in cent. And after all of this stuff, we'll have quantity, and this quantity is actually item dot quantity. Okay, something like this. So this is our liner. Now after this liner items, what you will have to do, we'll have to create item summary. Okay, const items summary summary. And here what you will do, we'll have items dot map, and here every time we'll get item, and this is actually any type. And here we'll have, for example, id will be item dot product dot id. We'll have to copy this. Let me copy this. Then we'll have one thing, we'll have to use a parenthesis here, and we'll have to close it here. Okay, so after then what you will have to do, qty quantity will be item dot quantity. Then we will have color will be item dot selected color, or it will be empty. Then we will have size will be item dot selected size, or it will be empty. Okay, now we'll make a checkout session. We'll have session, and this session is actually await. We'll have to import a stripe. So how to import a stripe? Let me import it here at the beginning. We'll have import, we'll have curly braces, we'll import stripe stripe from actually at the rate actually okay, we don't need to do this. We can just create a leaf so for this to handle stripe. Okay, so that's why let me do that. Here inside this src we'll have a lib folder, and inside this lib folder we'll have a new file that is actually stripe.ts. okay, so here we'll import stripe, we'll import stripe from stripe. Okay, after then we'll check if not process dot env dot then stripe secret, where is actually stripe secret key. Then here we'll throw an error, throw new error, and the error is something like this: stripe secret key is not defined. Okay, defined, something like this. Otherwise here we'll have export const strip stripe, and here we'll call new stripe, and inside this we'll have to pass process.env dot stripe. We can simply copy this thing and paste it here, and after then we'll define options curly braces, and inside this we'll have to pass API version, and right now the API version is Clover. How you can just understand the version? So to get the version you must have to check it. So the version is that here how you can get this. So for example, inside this web overview, and let me look, here is the current API version. You must have to check. If you just use wrong API version it will not work. Okay, so use this API version, simply copy this and paste it here. Okay, so paste it here. So this is the perfect API version you will have to use. And then the next thing is that we'll have to enable TypeScript and we'll make it true. Okay, so that is perfect. And after then we'll back to where we just left, maybe here. Okay, here we'll back to here, and right now we'll have to complete the process. The process is very simple. Instead of importing from here, we'll import stripe from lib. Okay, from lib, and then we'll call checkout checkout dot session dot create. We'll create a session. For now we'll have object, and inside this we'll have payment method types, and that will be, we'll receive actually card payment. So we'll have card payment. If you receive if you need to receive any other type of payment you can just define it there. Okay, so we'll have card payment. Then line items, so line items will be the line items, we define it here. Okay, so this is all the items we are going to process. After then we'll have mode the payment mode, it will be payment. Okay, the mode is payment. After then we'll have success URL. If the payment is complete, we'll have issue success URL, and here we'll just use a dynamic URL. That's why we'll have $ curly braces and say request dot headers dot get. Okay, and we'll try to get the origin. So ORIGIN, origin, let me ORIGIN, origin. Okay, so after then what you will do, after this curly braces, we'll have forward slash, we'll have check out forward slash SU CC is a success. Then we'll have something like this, session underscore ID, and we will pass our checkout session. So checkout client session. Okay, so that is actually underscore ID, and we'll say check out underscore session underscore ID. Okay, something like this. And if fails, then we'll have cancel URL, and that is almost the same. Let me paste it, and sorry, let me copy this portion and paste it here. Instead of all of these stuff here, we'll keep only cancel. Okay, cancel. Now I think it's perfect, and we need to define some metadata. So here we'll have metadata, and we'll pass the metadata information here. The thing is that items underscore count. The count is actually for items dot length dot to string. Okay, string RING string. Okay, we'll call it, and after then we'll have item summary, item underscore SU MMARY summary, and that is actually JSON dot stringify, and here we'll have item summary. We will simply convert it to substring and say we'll have 0 to 450. Okay, so all of this stuff is correct, and after then we'll return, and the return is actually next response, and that will be JSON format, and we'll say this will be session ID, and this is actually session dot ID, and then we'll have URL, and the URL is actually session dot URL. Okay, perfect. And if any error happen, we'll just define the error type any, and here we'll simply console dot error, and then we'll get the error creating checkout session. Okay, so this is something like this, and after this we will just console the error. Okay, and we need to also response it, so we'll simply return next response, sorry, response dot JSON, and here we'll have to provide the error, and the error is actually error dot me message, this is a message, or you will have a default error, failed to create checkout session. Okay, something like this, and we also need to provide a status, so that's why we'll have to comma status will be 500. Okay, so 500. So this is done, and after completing this, we'll back to this function, and we'll have to complete this stuff. So here what you will do, so when everything is fine, after that here we will get our data const data, and data is actually await. We'll just get the response and convert it to JSON. Okay, perfect. And after then, if any error happens, so if not response dot okay, so if there are any issues happened, we can simply throw new error, and here we will say data dot error, or you can just say default error failed to create checkout session. Okay, something like this. After then, if this is not working, here you will have if data dot url, then you can just call window dot location dot href, and that will be data dot url. Okay, data dot url. Otherwise else we will throw an error. So something like this. Let me throw this same error, copy it and paste it here and save. The error is actually, let me do, so sorry, we will remove all of this stuff, and the error is actually here. We'll have customized no checkout url received, CIVD received from server server. Okay, and lastly, if everything happens, then we'll have to handle this error block. We'll have any, and inside these actually we'll have set error, and that is actually error dot message. Otherwise we'll say an error OCC URL it occurred during checkout. Okay, checkout. And lastly we'll make set loading false, set loading false. Okay, something like this. Now everything is ready to work, and we will check if everything works or not. Okay, so let's see if we can able to do perfectly worked or not. So I can just reload our server again so that it will be have no cache. So let me clear and we'll run again. Okay, it's perfect. And now if you just back here, what you will do, let me add a product. I will choose Excel size, will choose white and add to cart. Then back to home page, I will choose another product. Let me define this will be L size, will define 3 quantity, and right now it's added. If you back here, you can see this item is 1 quantity, it's 3 quantity. We'll just proceed checkout, and let me reduce 1 quantity so it will have all of this, and total price is this. Okay, now if I click this proceed to payment, it will processing. Look, it's processing and redirect to Stripe. You can see all of this stuff is here, and now if you just provide the information, let me provide mamun@gmail.com, then we'll provide valid card information here. Okay, and a future date. Okay, then the name of mine, and if I click this pay, so it's actually processing, and within a few seconds you can see it redirect to the checkout page. That means the payment is working perfectly. If you get this session ID, that means payment is working perfectly. How you understand if it's working or not? So if you back to here and just go to the transaction, and here if I reload, you can see that transaction is successful, and you can see the dollars. So this is the dollars, and this is the product details, the purchase and everything, when the purchase, who purchased. You can see all of this information is here. So I think you can able to do that, And the next thing is that you can have to design this. You can easily design this. I don't actually show you. You can just have to design your own checkout process. For example, I will just skip that design part, and that thing is that let me show you. I will have SUCC is a success page, and inside this we'll have a page.tsx RFC reactor functional component. We can say this is actually SUCC is a success page. Okay, something like this. And you can see right now you have this success page. You will have to design something like that. If I just paste it, you can see you will have this type of page. You can just copy paste this design and complete your success page. Okay, so I think you can able to do that. And the last thing is that I will show you how to deploy this project on Vercel so that you can just get a live website. Okay, so now we'll have to deploy our project, but before that, what you will do, at the beginning you will open the terminal, and here let me clear this. Before just pushing your code to GitHub, you will have to check if there is any issues on your code. So that's why you will command npm run build. Okay, so if there's you have issues on your build process, that means you cannot deploy your project on actually Vercel. So that's why you can see everything is perfectly, there is no issues. You will make sure if there are any issues, it will not be deployable. Okay, the next thing is that after just npm run build, and if you have everything like this, so this is actually okay, then you will go to GitHub, create a new repository. We will simply make a repository and say demo next commerce, next e-commerce, something like this, e-commerce, e-commerce. Okay, spelling is mistake. Okay, after then you will create this repository. Okay, fine, then command this. So at the beginning we'll copy the second line back to here, and let me clear it. We'll paste it, git init first command, then we will have git add, and we will add everything. So that's why here we'll have git add, and then to add everything we'll just simply add a dot. That means dot means everything. We want to add everything to the GitHub repository. So this is okay. After then we'll simply copy the last 4 lines and paste it here. Okay, so look, it's actually writing and it's completed. And now if you reload, you can see your project is here. So the project is here to go publish. And next thing is that we will go to Vercel. Then here you will go to your Vercel account. Then from there you will have to add a new projects. Then choose the GitHub repository. So this is the repository I'm working right now. Just import. Here we'll have to add your environment variable. So go to the env.local file, just copy this and paste it here. Now finally just deploy. Click deploy, and it will take a few seconds to complete all of the whole process. So I have to wait it until it's completed, and then let you show you if it's working or not. Okay, it's done. And then continue to dashboard. Here you will find the URL. So domain, click here, and this is your live website. Okay, so I think let me check it if it's working or not. So the filtering is working perfectly. And now let me check out. I will choose this product, then we'll choose another product. For example, this cap, I will choose this color. Here we need to adjust some styling. You can just do that. Let me go there. We'll just proceed checkout. We'll just add some quantity of it, and the total pricing is this. And now proceed checkout. Okay, it's proceeding. Again we'll have to provide the information. So mamun@gmail.com. Here let me input the card information. I will have, for example, we'll have a future date. Okay, and right now, for example, let me define Mamun tariff. Okay, something like this so that you can understand. Now proceeding. Okay, and it's perfect. So perfectly just displaying. And if you check here, if you just go to the transaction, you can see if you refresh and see the payment is perfectly working. You just paid $15 and here is all the stuff you will have this. Okay, I think you understand, and if you like it then leave a comment and subscribe this channel if you haven't.